freut mich. Ich habe Sie bewundert, ich bin froh, dass danke vielmals. Also ja, es ist jetzt okay, dass es vorbei ist. Ja, von her fragt man jetzt ein bisschen Spaß. Nein, ich glaube wirklich eine. Keine andere Länder können das ja. Ja. Man redet nur, wenn man etwas sagen hat, man ist eher nicht bescheiden. Also, das ist auch wichtig. Man muss nicht, man hat Sachen, genau, ja, das ist ja da nicht immer gefallen. Also da unten ist da man nicht immer gefallen. Ja, es ist alles zu gehen und viel mehr hin. Nein, wir haben keine Produktion mit Max. Ah, jetzt! Ja, nicht lecker. Und ich dann, ja, hat dann nicht geklappt. Und ich habe hier vor 15 Jahren für den letzten hat dann die Neue dann die EU-Präsidentschaft war dann, wann war ich bei dir? Wann waren wir hier? Naja, dann 10 Jahre später war das dann. Genau. Das war dann für ja, jetzt gerade. Ja. Nein, ich habe ganz klein. Aber jetzt fühlt sich die Licht wieder wohl, wenn Sie hier sehen können und ein bisschen zuschauen. Hat mich gefreut. Ja. Na, ja, das klingt gut an, aber das ist das Problem. Gut, also die Woche, nein. Nein.
I just wanted to tell you, there's such a big problem. And I was so happy that you cannot bring whatever you can, and if you have too much, then everybody takes something back. Okay, yeah. You also just about the logistics, it's okay. I have to ask
The sitting is open. Dear colleagues, I want to remind you that if you want to take the floor, you have to insert your badge before taking the floor. As you begin your speech, please press the microphone button once only, wait for a couple of seconds, and then start your intervention. This morning, we held a ballot to elect a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Andorra, Armenia, and Slovenia. I have now the honor to announce the results. Election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Andorra. Total number of members voting, 167. Number of spoiled or blank ballot paper, 2. Number of valid notes, 165. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 83. The votes were cast as follows. Mrs. Saida El Boudoui, 11. Mrs. Kanolik Mignorans Kairat, 144. Mrs. Patricia Quilak, 10. So, Mrs. Kanolis Migorans Kairat, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 3 months after her election. Election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Armenia. Total number of members voting, 168. Number of spoiled or blank ballot papers, 1. Number of valid votes, 167. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 84. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Vae Grigorian, 133. Mrs. Nora Karapetian, 16. Mrs. Anna Margarian, 18. Mr. Vae Grigorian, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 3 months after his election. Election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Slovenia. Total number of member votings, 171. Number of spoiled or blank ballot papers, 1. Number of valid votes, 170. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 86. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Ales Galitz, 40. Mrs. Vasilka Sansin, 125. Mr. Bostian Tsalar, 5. So Mrs. Vasilka Sansin, or Sankin, if I'm wrong, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall on 30 May 2025. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we shall start this afternoon's sitting with a communication from the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Mr. Alain Berset. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presentation at the beginning of the year of your vision of the future of the Council of Europe and what is at stake. Dear Alain, you started your mandate about 5 months ago, and you immediately showed a strong leadership with ambition to raise the profile of the Council of Europe's work to fight the democratic backsliding through a European action plan and to build closer relations between the Council of Europe and other international organizations. Your priority is also to continue supporting our member state, Ukraine, through the Council of Europe action plans and support mechanisms in order to ensure accountability for Russia's illegal action against Ukraine, without which there can be no sustainable peace. You visited the country in December and met with President Zelensky. We are looking forward to hearing your address to inform us about the major points that you think are of importance for us to know as an assembly. Then we'll take the question of our members. And now I just want to tell you that we have an hour for this item on this agenda. And now, dear Secretary General, I'm honored to give you the floor.
Thank you.
Mr.
President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Madam Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Parliamentary Assembly. This week, we are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. And we recall the darkest years of our shared European history. This year, we are also celebrating the 75th birthday of the European Convention of Human Rights. And in this way, we are commemorating one of Europe's greatest successes. These moments are a special occasion to look in history's mirror, to see ourselves as we really are, what we have been, and to see what we have become. And in this way, we can decide where we wish to go. So this afternoon, as we are meeting together and as I am speaking to you now, I should like to begin by talking about the people who live on our continent. I'd like to talk to you about their reality and their expectations, above all. And to do that, we need to leave Strasbourg. And we should leave Strasbourg often. We have to go into the field. To Yahidne, for instance, a village which is 2 hours north of Kiev by road, near Chernihiv. You know, I will never forget a little staircase that went down into the basement of the village school. And that's where, in March 2022, Russian soldiers piled up 300 inhabitants of the village, including children, pregnant women, and old people, for a period of 27 days. Going down that staircase is like going into another world. The people who were there and who accompanied me, I admired their courage in being able to return to such a place, told us about their suffering. There was obviously no electricity, no heating, not even room to sit down. 300 people in a tiny space. No air. So little air that some people died of asphyxiation and were left lying on the ground among the living. Today, those people's names cover the walls of the basement of that small school. And the survivors told us that in spite of the cold outside, there was horrible heat inside. Horrible. There is no other word, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, to describe the suffering endured by Ukrainian men and women over 3 long years. And today, this week, as I recall the commemorations that we have had, we can think about Oradour-sur-Glane, about Srebrenica, about Yechidne. These are names that oblige us to look in the mirror. And knowing our shared history, these are the reasons for us to be committed to Ukraine and to the support of Ukrainian men and women. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, expectations are large in Ukraine. We know that. And they are large all over our continent. There's a lack of progress and the capacity of coming together. And this is leading to a loss of trust in institutions and therefore also in those who represent them there. And that calls democracy as a whole into question. Meeting together in Reykjavik in 2023, the heads of state and government of our member states recalled that democracy, and I quote, is the only way to guarantee that each and every person may live in a peaceful, prosperous, and free society. Unquote. Nonetheless, the facts are there. All around us, we see a falling off of democracy. And what could give us concern are the reasons for this dropping off, this decline. There's less space for civil society and an open public debate because the opposition is very often muzzled. Courts and independent media are under pressure, and populist speech is on the rise. And it's in this context, exactly, that we can situate a few facts. For instance, 1/5 of British people under 45 years old think that the best system effectively or efficiently to run a country is, and I quote, a strong leader who doesn't need to worry about elections. A strong leader who doesn't need to worry about elections. And that goes well beyond the UK and Europe, of course. Well, it's everyone. And we should feel called upon and encouraged to act. We can have the feeling in this context that young people seem to be the most greatly disillusioned. But before we make that judgment, we should see what this means for the future of our planet, see the youngest generations having this type of thoughts and feelings. But before we do that, we must also recall that for many of them, their youth has been marked by a series of events. Climate catastrophe, followed by the COVID-19 pandemic with massive consequences for young generations. And now, for almost the last 3 years, full-scale aggression by Russia against Ukraine. So we need to recall over and above those last years, if we think about almost the generation of the last 20 years, we've seen the deep consequences of the financial crisis of 2008, an increase in inequality, a feeling of helplessness. These years were also marked by an increase in inequalities and populist speech in a world which doesn't seem to be working properly anymore, looking for scapegoats. And this somewhat diffuse but present feeling that a democratic framework is clearly not enough to feel like people have perspectives that will allow people to feel that they themselves, their families, and their social environment may be met. And so for these young generations, those who didn't experience a period of optimism, almost of naivete, that prevailed between 1990 and 2000, these multiple crises following on one another for almost a whole generation now are their prevailing world of reference. And it's in that context, which has become difficult to read because of the different crises and their consequences, that we, over and above all the rest, also need to deal with the incredible speed of the development of new technologies, and particularly artificial intelligence. In Davos, where I was a few days ago, last week, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, considered that this evolution was uncontrolled. And if we think about the different forms of cyber attacks, deep fakes, fake news campaigns, we do have to see, all of us together, the extent of the threat that this presents to democracy. And in this development, which is quite chaotic, almost everything becomes possible. For instance, the claim in an open debate that Hitler was communist. It's a total misunderstanding of history. Orwell apparently talked about doublespeak. And France is adding to this a dangerous form of revisionism, especially since this form of rewriting history coincides with a point in time when we are commemorating, as I said at the outset, the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. And I think that we can all observe together, ladies and gentlemen of the Parliamentary Assembly, that the challenges we must face are immense and probably unprecedented over a long period in the shared history of our continent. We'd have to go back decades to find anything similar. But at the same time, we are not purely passively served up to circumstances. We have tools, we have ways and means to respond to these threats. And we should recall that when we feel that reference points are being lost in society, that we need to go back over and over again to our values, the values which bring us together and which constitute the base of our organization. And in this context, we must never forget why the Council of Europe exists. The Council of Europe exists because following a world war which caused immense suffering and caused humanity to move backwards, those who came before us decided to act. And they acted so that the world and the working of our societies be founded and based on democratic choices, on foreseeable relationships that were based on law, as well as the protection of human dignity and human rights. These are the values that guide us when we act. These values are our beacon in the night, and that's why I'm convinced that dialogue is essential. And when I talk about dialogue, I mean real dialogue that involves everyone. Because dialogue is exchange, it's confronting arguments, it's debate. At the end of the day, dialogue is looking in the other person's position for what is real, for what is true, and might allow me to improve my vision of things, my own perception of reality. And it's also what allows me to say that I don't agree, and to say why I don't agree. This is also what allows me to try to convince others with arguments. Difficulty and tensions should not slow us down or make us fearful at a time when we need to put dialogue at the center of our reflections. On the contrary, it's precisely because tensions are on the upswing. And because things are more difficult, the dialogue has become even more important. Dialogue isn't as necessary and as healthy when things are going well. It's when things are difficult that we need dialogue. When there are more and more difficulties that we need to intensify our contacts, not by sending publications to one another on social network or taking position that we publish on internet. Not that, but rather saying things clearly around one table. At the beginning of all wars, there's always, first of all, not only, but first of all, a lack of dialogue. And then we always need to say things as they are, and to do this honestly and objectively. And it's in that state of mind that I went to Georgia last December with a large delegation from our secretariat. And it was in that spirit as well that your rapporteurs went last week. The Human Rights Commissioner went to Georgia just a few days ago. And the visit that I made to Tbilisi last December allowed us to get results. The freedom of demonstrators who had been imprisoned, a commitment to avoid disproportionate use of force, a guarantee of independent, transparent, and effective inquiries on allegations of police violence. It allowed us to see, all of us together, a joint working party created with Council of Europe experts so as substantially to modify the law called the Foreign Influence Law. And this created the conditions that will allow us now to have higher expectations and to recall within those expectations that being a member of the Council of Europe is not being a member of a fitness or wellness club. It is something that has obligations that need to be respected. That's what we're talking about. Well, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Parliamentary Assembly, we're beginning a new year. And we know that this new year, 2025, will be full of challenges. And in 2025, Ukraine will be at the very top of our priorities. Our commitment is to do everything possible to establish the indemnization committee and a mechanism for compensation, which will be a very concrete one, based on the success of the damage register for Ukraine. The Council of Europe will need to play a leading role here. Expectations are high, and we must do this without further ado. And I'd like to give you the exact same message concerning the setting up of a special tribunal for a crime of aggression against Ukraine, because we need financial resources, of course, but we also need justice to rebuild hearts and minds. The commitment and the role of the Council of Europe is to guarantee that impunity will not succeed. For Ukraine, I also set up a task force within the Council of Europe to guarantee the greatest possible effectiveness to our different actions, and I announced the appointment of a special representative of the Secretary General for the children of Ukraine. This is an appointment that will be made very soon. I should like, in this context, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Parliamentary Assembly, recall that in this multilateral context, which is very disturbed, in this world where, unfortunately, there is an unprecedented level of impunity, the greatest challenges we must face do not have boundaries. And the only effective answer is multilateral. An answer which involves cooperation with other international organizations. And this is clearly and concretely an answer which creates an office for our Council of Europe in New York. And I mention this here because it's an element which has been widely discussed in your assembly. Our world is in perpetual movement, and that's not new, but our vision needs to go beyond the boundaries of our continent. If we have a look among recent events at Syria, for instance, beyond our boundaries, but very near to us, The fall of Bashar al-Assad regime reshuffled the card and redefined geopolitical balance. And this situation puts Turkey, which is a Council member, in a crucial strategic position. That's just one example among many. I do mention this example, however, to say that it is important for us to look toward the Mediterranean and beyond, toward Africa, members of BRICS. Let us recall at the same time that a strong Europe is only strong if it is strong both within and without. For the Council of Europe and its 46 members, but also with a vision and an important position turned to the rest of the world. And to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, building tomorrow's Europe is above all giving democracy the place which it needs and deserves, guaranteeing free and fair elections, protecting the separation of powers and the independence of the justice system, defending freedom of expression, and guaranteeing full and equal participation in public life for everyone. When I say this, I should like to emphasize that it's in this context that we imagined an action plan for democracy. We're only at the very beginning of this work, which will take a long time and involve many different people, places, and things. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe will also have to play a leading role here, just as the case for the Reykjavik principles, which are the basis of that commitment, remembering that a falling off of democracy is not inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Parliamentary Assembly, a great French author who won the Nobel Prize for Literature, Albert Camus, reminded us that at the end of the plague, that the plague bacillus never truly disappears, and that you always need to be vigilant. So let us remain vigilant, because in less than 1 month's time, we will see the beginning of the 4th year of war in Ukraine. We are at a point when we see democracy falling off to a significant extent. References are being lost. There is a weakening or a slowing down of dialogue and the will to have dialogue. We're seeing a redefinition of geotechnology. We talked about a technological explosion, proliferation of fake news and misinformation. And so we are at a time when we need to remain very vigilant indeed, looking at these movements and tensions, because they contribute to the atomization and the fragmentation of our societies. And this collective forgetting that Camus talked about should be replaced by a true collective feeling. And it's that collective feeling that should guide all of our actions and all of our decisions at European level. That's our role, nothing more, nothing less, and I think that it is our shared duty at each and every moment. Thank you for your attention, and I shall be very pleased to have an exchange of questions and answers with you now.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. I will start by giving the floor to the representatives of the 5 political groups, and first is Mrs. Petra Bayer from the Socialist, Greens and Democrats. Petra, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear Alain. You named it. We have to know where to go to. Also, the people of Kosovo would like to know where to go to. They asked for membership at the Council of Europe, and the Committee of Ministers asked us for an opinion. We gave a positive opinion and a recommendation, and now we are awaiting for a new reaction of the Committee of Ministers. And of course, I will also address this question tomorrow or on Thursday in the Joint Committee. But from your point of view, what is crucial, what is missing, what do you expect from Kosovo to do that they can access our organization?
Dear Secretary General, you have the floor.
So thank Thank you, Petra, for the question. You know, I could have the tendency just to try to pass the question to the ambassadors, but I think the question was addressed to me, and we try to bring an answer in this context. Now, you mentioned the actual situation with Kosovo. I think the main element I would mention, it is after the report that PACE published on this issue. It is now a decision in the hands of the Committee of Ministers. It was also a discussion yesterday with the president of I would say the representative of the presidency, Minister Xavier Bettel from Luxembourg. He answered also this question yesterday. For me, the most important thing is to have a full transparency in what is happening and stability in the process. I think we will have one day a decision. You must and we must answer together the Committee of Ministers when it will be the case, but it must be a stable and clear result in one sense to know what's happening with this situation right now. Just also now to add one more point about the new situation, you know, with I described before all the changes that we are witnessing right now, and it is accelerating. And we have new administration also in the US. It's also, all those elements are playing a role. And I think, and we have also very soon election in Kosovo in February. I think we should wait this milestone, this step, and then see if we have conditions to have a discussion. I think it will be a discussion in the CM, and then at the end a decision. I know that you are waiting for these elements, but I think, well, in such quite complicated situation, it is a good thing to be solid in the step that we are doing and to see if there is a possibility to see any development in this issue.
Thank you. On behalf of the European People's Party, Maria Petrusevska.
Thank you, respected President. Thank you, distinguished General Secretary. Human rights are foundation of the democracy. How do you see that some member states of the Council of Europe do not respect the minority rights and they don't implement the judgments for minority rights from the European Court of Human Rights? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure about if you are addressing a specific case. But I think it is an obligation to execute the decision of the court. We know this. It is, by the way, a very important, not to mention a central element of all institutions that we have, and that's why it is so important to follow this and to address all the execution of the decision of the court. That's why we have. It is a role and a responsibility also for the Committee of Ministers. As I mentioned before, you know, I participate also. I have this privilege to be invited at the Committee of Ministers regularly and to have the exchange with the Committee of Ministers, and I see how seriously these elements are always followed and seen. Thus, the construct is that we have 46 member states, and the member states are in charge, are responsible to ensure that when there is a case, that it will be implemented and rightly implemented. That's why we have all those discussions, and I think we must remain very aware on this. You know, just to compare maybe with other organizations, we know that other organizations also do have the same more or less construct that we have with the European Court on Human Rights. And if you don't have a very high level of execution, then it is not really possible to remain legitimate on the long term. That's why it's so important to continue on this. That's why also we have in the Secretariat, I think this is the DG1 is responsible for those issues and working very closely with the member states and also with the CM for the execution of the judgments of the court.
Thank you, Secretary General. On behalf of the European Conservative, Sorin Titus Mukatsiou. I have to interrupt you. Have you inserted your buds?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize. My question to you is very, let's say, up to date, because in Romania we had a presidential election that was cancelled by the court
the Constitutional Court. In other words, on the 24th of November, we have the first step. The court certified the first step, and 3 days after that, while the second step was running in diaspora, 50,000 people already voted in the second step, they completely canceled the presidential election. Now, Mr. Rostopoulos was very kind, and I thank him for that, to ask the Venice Commission about this situation, and we saw yesterday the report. Now, if you look at the report and what the Commission, the Constitutional Commission put up as a proof for what they say was Russian involvement in the election, that, in my opinion, does not meet the criteria that the Commission was talking about. But then it was a shot from former Commissioner Breton, who said, what we have done in Romania, we are going to do it again in Germany if we don't like
You're so kind, but I have
I'm
to
sorry.
interrupt you. You only
So
have 30
my
seconds
point
and
is
you have
that
triple the time.
This decision of the court
Come to the
is
question.
attacking all our values. It's attacking the human rights, it's attacking the rule of law and the democracy.
Thank you.
So I would like to see what is the position of the ministers in this particular case.
Thank you, Titus. Dear Secretary General, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for addressing this issue. I think we are, and it is one more proof that we are witnessing really quite complicated evolution and really accelerated evolution in all our member states and countries, also in the discussion about the democracy. I think you mentioned the Venice Commission, and the Venice Commission published, I think yesterday, has been requested to prepare an urgent report on this question. And it was officially released, I think, yesterday. And I saw, like you, that it is rather nuanced, I would say, this report, and answers the question in a general way, but also underlining the limits to the cancellation of elections. I think the most important thing, it is always to recall that it is important not to make the switch or the mix between do we agree or do we not agree with the results. It is one question, and it must be possible not to agree with the results in an election or a popular vote. And the other element is to be sure that all the conditions that you need to have a free and fair election have been fully implemented. There are two questions, and to be honest, for me, it's quite difficult to really give you an advice or could give you a mean about this situation, because it is quite difficult to know on which elements this decision was taken. Well, I was informed that it will be a new election, this year in Romania. I think the situation is like it is right now, but I'm pretty sure that we will need to structure a bit the discussion on those elements. It must be possible to disagree with a result and to recognize it is democratic. It is not always to be to have the result that we want and that we wish. Just what I can say to this, but I think we should do the analysis of this Venice Commission report right now and to see what is possible to do to ensure, like I mentioned also in my intervention before, to have good conditions, to have a good expression of what the people want in elections.
Thank you. On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, Franziska Hupp has the floor.
Im Namen der ALDE möchte ich dem Generalsekretär für seine Ausführungen.
I would like to thank you for your speech and also for your effort to set up an office in New York, as we've asked for on many occasions. Since you began your work as Secretary General, you have spoken about an action plan on various occasions. What plan will PACE actually be carrying out to make sure that democracy is more greatly involved? What should the specific added value of such a plan be as well? Thank you.
The Secretary General, would you like to respond?
Ja, gerne. Zuerst einmal
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for your positive assessment of what we've done and for the network in New York as well. I think that is important to take into account because together with the Council of Europe, we are truly an organization that can offer something quite specific, quite concrete. What's the term in German? Accountability against impunity, and this is quite important. I think at this moment where we are seeing that many international organizations are finding themselves blocked, it's important to help with our contribution. So thank you very much for having pointed that out. The second thing that you asked about was a question about the action plan for democracy that has been drafted. Thank you for that question. What I said before about that was that my goal is to make sure that with this action plan, well, it's not merely a report to write down a report with 10 measures that will then be published and that would not have any great value. That would be too simple. We want to do something much more than that. We think that it must be much more of a process. It must be a process that lasts over time with as much integration as possible from all players. We've begun with this already. We already last year had the possibility to carry out consultations with different ambassadors who are in Strasbourg and who work with the Council of Europe. It was quite interesting. We carried out a type of brainstorming exercise, if I could call it that. It was really interesting because it allowed us to come up with a clear vision of what we can do, what we can't do, and how we want to proceed. And as I said before, we want to make sure that at the right moment, it has to be possible to really do something together with pace in the Council of Europe, for us to develop something, working all together. I just would ask a bit of patience for that. I know it's not so easy to be patient right now, but we need some time to really work on this in a deep-going way, and I can guarantee, I can assure you that at the right moment, probably in this first 6 months, we'll be able to talk about this more specifically about the specific or the relevant committees with the different offices and with PACE as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Dear colleagues, before I give the floor to our colleague from the United European Left, Mr. Paul Gavan, I would like to remind all of you, when you enter the hemicycle, please insert your badge, and before asking for the floor, press the button once, wait for a couple of seconds, and then take the floor. Dear Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Secretary General, good afternoon. After 16 months of relentless and indiscriminate attacks by the Israeli state on the people of Gaza, resulting in the direct slaughter of at least 46,000 men, women and children, and another 120,000 indirect deaths, how do you explain the failure of any office holder in this human rights organization to condemn these acts of genocide, or condemn those Council of Europe member states, namely Germany, Britain and Italy, supplying the weapons that have enabled that genocide to take place?
Thank you. Mr. Secretary General, would you like to respond?
So thank you for this question. First thing I must say, want to underline here in this place that we are, seeing also that with the ceasefire we have for the first time since a very long time, maybe not a degradation, but maybe the possibility, opportunity to have again more place for all the values and all the support for human beings in all the region. That's the first one. Second point, we have always been really strongly concerned about the situation in the Middle East and in Gaza particularly. You know this, it is the history of the 16 and 18 last month. We will need to take the time to make good analysis of what's happened, because the element where we can agree, it is that it was a catastrophic development for human rights and for human dignity in general. And I think we will need to have this discussion and to be ready to go deeper in those elements and to try to do the best with this. The third point I can mention, I see not as my role, to decide to make some critics and member states when they decide in the bilateral relations to do something. We can assess the elements, we have also the instrument to discuss this, but we never must forget why we are here. We are here to ensure that, human dignity, that democracy and rule of law is working. I saw, like you, that is not the case, at least we can say this, but we must remain concentrated on this and also what's happening on our continent. And I was really concerned about the strong rise that we've seen in the last month, and it is really bad for our continent with the anti-Semitism and also with the hatred, anti-Muslim hatred in the continent. This sense that we should have for the collectivity, for the collective also to live together is really important, and that's why we have been as clear as possible about the situation that was happening there.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. Dear colleagues, before I give the floor to other colleagues, I just want to announce you that the time for amendments regarding the report on Georgians' credentials will be prolonged by 7 p.m. tonight due to the late publication of the document. Now, dear Alain, I'm going to give the floor to 3 of my colleagues, and you will answer to them as a group of 3. First in this group is Mr. Armen Gevorkyan. Armen, you have the floor.
Mr. Secretary General, according to the official statement about your meeting with President Aliyev last November in Baku, you, I am quoting, underlined the important contribution of Azerbaijan to interreligious and intercultural dialogue. If this is your sincere assessment, it can be perceived as encouragement to the authoritarian regime of Azerbaijan to continue the inhuman treatment of Armenian prisoners since Baku and the ongoing destruction of Armenian cultural and religious heritage in Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh. What can you say in this regard to the victims of the genocide in Artsakh perpetrated by Azerbaijan?
The next is Mr. Alain. Alain, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Secretary General, I personally want to ask you about violence against women. You highlighted the Istanbul Convention and stressed that in it, the definition of rape is based on the absence of free consent compared to the traditional definitions of rape based on resorting to force. In France, in the criminal code defines rape as any act of sexual penetration, and the notion of consent is not present today in our definition, which has given rise to a number of legal debates. And I wonder whether the Council of Europe has been consulted by the French authorities on this, and whether you are envisaging any specific dialogue with member states on this key issue for women.
You had.
Honourable Secretary General, the PACE stated that protection of rights of persons belonging to national minorities is one of the most important prerequisites for peace and security in Europe, which became an essential element of the Reykjavik Declaration. We have a strong view that strengthening the work of all organisations in this field would be central in the current geopolitical situation in Europe, as it is significantly contributes to sustaining the peace in our continent. In your opinion, what more should we do to achieve this together? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. Would you like to respond to the 3 questions?
Yes, thank you. Maybe for the first question, thank you very much for asking and for putting the question. You took a small part of the press release we made after the visit in Baku. I just answer on this element, and then I will say some few words about the visit in Azerbaijan and in Baku. This element was only dedicated to the fact that the Council of Europe has been invited to an international interreligious conference in the context of the COP. And I understood that, it is possible to mention this in another context or to ask some other questions. I see the point, but it was really, maybe we should write this differently, but it was really concentrated on this element. The second element, as you are asking about Azerbaijan and the visit there, I just wanted to mention to you that it is, it was an important possibility to visit visit Baku last year. I know all the difficulties that we have, also with Azerbaijan. For me, it was really important after the stop that we have seen in 1 year, in the last year, to have again some movement. And it is not just to have movement. It was to have again the supervision of execution of judgments of the court. It has been restarted. It is important also for the population living in the country. It was about the implementation of the action plan for Azerbaijan for 22-25. It was stopped. It has been resumed. And it was also linked to the monitoring activities and the participation of experts, in particular in the Lanzarote Committee and Steering Committee for Human Rights. That was the goal that we had, and that's why we had this meeting there. But thank you for the question. I hope it was possible to address this, and I'm ready to address all questions that you might have about the South Caucasus, because I had a lot of contacts also there. By the way, also with the Prime Minister Pashinyan, before and after all those visits I made we had regularly contacts about the visit that I made in the whole region, and you know the support that we are also providing for Armenia in this situation.
As regards to the question on women's rights, well, thank you for that question. Yes, you're right. On a number of occasions, we've recalled the importance of the Istanbul Convention and combating any violence against women and girls. It's an extremely important element. It's been one of the successes, major successes, of the Council of Europe in recent years. Now, we may indeed regret that here as well we are seeing backsliding, new problems emerging as well, and in the public debate in general. And we've seen it again in the debate preceding the elections in various countries recently. We've seen what that can mean before or after them. If there is not full consideration for gender equality and not fully focusing on combating violence against women. On the specific question you've asked about definition of rape, I've not had any discussions at this juncture with the French authorities. However, I would point out that recently there was a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights which specifically refers to this issue, and I need to look to my side to make sure I don't say anything silly, but I think France was condemned in that judgment. That is the case. So I think that's part of the rules of the game. One country or another will ultimately get condemned in the court if it does not comply with the case law and judgments of the court. And it's been the case for many countries, and now it's been the case of France, and we hope this will have a positive impact on France's assessment of this issue, an issue which is socially extremely important.
Last question, I thank you very much. I'm not sure that I was really understood the question, but I think the question was what we can do to ensure a good collaboration, participation on the European level to be as strong as possible together, despite all the differences we can have and despite the diversity, or with the diversity that we have on the continent. And we can remember in this context that I was addressing you, I think last time, and also with the Committee of Ministers, saying that I mean, the European family is a quite interesting family with 46 member states, a huge diversity that we have, and the most important thing is not just to consider the differences that we have, but it is to have some movement working in the convergence. And that's the concern that we have now. Since, and I was mentioning this in my intervention before, since I would say 15, 20 years, and all this list of crises that we had since more than 15 years, then we are witnessing right now a phase where we are diverging more than converging. And our role must be to do what we can with the dialogue, with mutual discussions around the values to have more convergence again. The Council of Europe can play a very important role in this. I think it is our role, you know, but not alone. We do this in a strong, very strong collaboration with the European Union. I just want to mention here how important it is to have this very strong support from the European Union for the Council of Europe, and also, I mean, what we can bring to this sense for the European continent and for the values that we have together, being a member of the EU or not, by the way, because we have the same continents. We are working to care. We care about the same continent all together. Next point I can explore in this context, it is about the EPC, you know, the European Political Community. It is a very important, would say, network working since now many years. Well, not that much, but 3 or 4 years. I had the privilege to participate several times in different capacities, by the way. And I was the last time in Budapest for the EPC. It was a very interesting and very important meeting with the 27 members of the EU, plus 19 members that we have, members of the Council of Europe, but not being members of the EU. And I think this context, this framework, it will be probably very important in the future also to, to address together all the concern and the challenges that we are facing together in Europe. That means to work together on the continent with the EU, with the EPC. We have also the OSCE, I could mention other organizations, but never to forget that it's important also to engage the contacts outside of the continent. And that's why in Davos last week I had the possibility to meet with the ASEAN, Secretary General of the ASEAN, Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation, and I had before previous meetings also with African Union, also with the Organization of American States, and obviously also with the UN. And I think it is important to have transparently all these contacts together and to see what we can achieve together.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. Next question is from Damien Gauthier. Damien, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Secretary General. You mentioned the UN Secretary General in Davos, and also the question was whether one should be optimistic or pessimistic, and he said it's not a question of being either, it's important to be resolute. And I see you too have been resolute in addressing the issues since you took office and trying to get things moving and promoting dialogues, you said earlier, and I'd like to thank you for this. My question is on multilateralism. You said it's good for multilateral organizations to have such dialogues. There are many in Europe, Vienna, Geneva, The Hague, elsewhere. How do you intend to strengthen cooperation with those organizations, especially those of the United Nations?
Yevgenia Kravchuk. Yevgenia.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you for coming to Kiev. It was great to see you in December. My question is regarding the special representative on Ukrainian children. When exactly there'll be appointment? Will it be a high position, political level person? And what would be the duties of this person? And I would like also to mention that you were addressing not just the members of Assembly today, but also the representatives of youth from different member states. They're here listening to you, and thank you for mentioning the youth perspectives in your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgenia. Stéphane Bergeron, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you, President, Secretary General. In your opening address, you said that since the start of the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, this Assembly has adopted many resolutions calling on members and observers to freeze Russian assets and to reconstruct destroyed Ukrainian infrastructure. This started in 2022. It happened again in 2023 and in 2024. Culminating in measures and international compensation mechanisms. As of today, what follow-up has there been vis-à-vis member states and observers regarding the actual follow-up, the actual implementation of those decisions?
Volontiers, merci, Monsieur le.
Yes, happily, President. I'll start with a question on multilateralism and the United Nations. We can start with the UN. because, of course, important steps have been taken in this context, particularly the New York office. We also have an office in Geneva, you know as well as I do, and also one in Vienna. And these are offices, they're outposts, as it were, vis-à-vis UNHQs in cities which embody multilateralism. That's the first thing. Secondly, to deepen the relationship, we need to do it on the basis of very specific issues, and that is why the Council of Europe, in combating impunity regarding crime of aggression, that work is exemplary. And I think I've already recalled it here, but I'll say it again. In the meeting I had with Antonio Guterres precisely in New York last September on the margins of the UN General Assembly, we realized that indeed the Council of Europe was able to bring to bear tools. They're not global tools because there are a lot less than 200 member states in it, but with a higher level of commitment, which is what we did with the Register of Damage, for example, which was a magisterial invention of the Council of Europe, supported by the heads of state and government in Reykjavik in 2023. And then the next phase is, this brings me on to the question just asked about what's happened since. Now we need to move through the next stages with a comprehensive compensation mechanism. And then we'll have a very tangible tool which will be of great interest to other multilateral organizations. And because we've taken bold, courageous decisions, we're in a position to deliver something which will allow us to advance our ideals and values and recall that we do not want to live in a world dominated by fear, violence, and force. We want to live in a world where law-based relations prevail, very visible relations, and which are very respectful of the principles of equality, which should be at the heart of this. So we can give a very specific example, which goes just not beyond just courtesy and real actions. That's as regards the UN. Now, as regards other international, regional, or thematic organizations, there are many of them. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but I've had contacts with the Commonwealth. I forgot the Commonwealth earlier, a very interesting organization based in London. There's the African Union on the African continent in Nairobi. We're talking about a city which is very much dedicated to multilateralism, and I'll be going to Nairobi soon for a conference on cybercrime, which is also being promoted by the Council of Europe, and that will be an opportunity for such contacts. And there, I think, it doesn't exist at present, but we need to begin with a deepening of the dialogue so that we can see what we're capable of doing, because we may be regional or thematic in a nature. And that's quite different from an organization wants to span everything and encompass everything with everyone. With those two elements, the UN and the points I've raised and other organizations, I do have this idea on my diary of having meetings with a number of heads of international organizations, and we need to do this collectively so that we can advance that dialogue.
About the special representative for the children, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a very important element, and yet I can confirm you that it will be announced soon. My goal was to be able to announce it during this week, but it's not possible. You know, it's for organizational reasons, and it will be, I hope, very soon. And my goal is also to have a high profile to do this, knowing how complicated it is just to sort out all the questions that we have in these issues. And I had the occasion, by the last visit I made in Kiev, to have also all those discussions with different partners, and we had also the occasion to briefly meet there. And I think for me the goal is to address the issue on the human level. I mean, that's the first element, but we will also have to address the issue on the legal level and to see what we can do to achieve achieve the maximum possible in this context, knowing that it is really difficult, and the discussion that I had in Kiev, they underline the importance in this. And thank you very much for mentioning the youth. Well, welcome to everybody. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. And also I wanted to mention this or in my speech before, because I think it is really important. If we are witnessing that the youngest generation is asking themselves what means this world for us, and what are the perspectives that we could have with the horizon on 10-20 years. It is important, it is our job to deliver for them the possibility to have perspectives, and good perspectives. And I'm sure that it is the key. If we are able to have a stable world, a peaceful world, with good perspective for the youngest generation, then we will have also a bright future for democracy. I'm absolutely convinced from this. Pour la question qui a été posée sur les...
As for the question that was later asked, I'd like to stress the importance of creating the register of damage, and we need to do this after the Reykjavik decision. For that, we need robust and as broad as possible measure of support, and there are major players on board making the register effective and working very well. And I was able to appreciate this when I visited the office in Kiev. There's a team on the spot doing wonderful work. There's also a team in The Hague also doing a great job, and it is moving forward. And that is also of great interest to Ukraine. And I sensed a great deal of interest from the Ukrainian authorities here, a lot of interest in the register, because that is also going to be important nationally and not just with respect to the support group internationally for Ukraine. As for the next stage, obviously it's rather difficult to know what's going to happen now. Given the situation I saw in Kiev in December, that's the third time I visited in a year, naturally it's extremely troubling on the ground. We can see that there are a lot of crimes and destruction being perpetrated. It's extremely brutal, and we need to address the question of compensation. But nothing can be done if there is not a fully fledged compensation mechanism. Now, yes, it's a question of funding, financing. How is it going to be financed? But to be able to do something different than wishful thinking, we need an actual mechanism that can address it. And that is why my message for the last 2 months has been that we're going far too slow with respect to decisions that have to be taken to establish this fully fledged compensation mechanism. Now, there's going to be a very important meeting in due course on this issue this week, tomorrow to be precise, and we really hope that it will move forward swiftly. And what I can say public before each and every one of you is that the Council of Europe is ready. We have the resources, we have the skills and the experience. Now we need to go ahead, and we've demonstrated what this organization, what you have shown with the Committee of Ministers and the Parliamentary Assembly and the Heads of State, you've shown what this organization has been able to achieve when there were a lot of discordant views saying it wouldn't happen. And it has been done, and it's working. And it's a model. And now, why not use this successful model to move to the next stage? And it's going to be more difficult, which is why we need to really press on now with a fully fledged compensation mechanism. And I keenly hope that robust, bold decisions will be taken with member states saying, go ahead. Yes, we recognize your skills. We acknowledge you've done a great deal of good work on the register. We acknowledge you have the resources and experience. Go ahead, we're ready. That's what we need. And that's my message, and we can start with that this afternoon. It'll be late this afternoon because it's already 5 p.m., but we could start as of this afternoon.
Dear Secretary General, dear colleagues, at that point we have reached the end of questioning, of asking questions to Mr. Berset. Dear Alain, I want to most warmly thank you for being with us today and answering the questions of my colleagues. Now, dear colleagues, I'll ask the rapporteur and the colleagues related to the next debate to take the seats. In 2 minutes, we start.
Vielleicht eine Möglichkeit, one or no? Thank you very much. Thank you. Here we are. But we will manage. Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Dear colleagues, please be seated. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled The Absolute and Urgent Need to End the Humanitarian Crisis for Women, Children and the Hostages in Gaza. It is document 16093, presented by Mrs. Saskia Kluit on behalf of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. In order to finish, please order, colleagues. In order to finish by 7:20 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:10 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call now the rapporteur, Ms. Saskia Kluit. Dear Saskia, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Very much, Chair. Always confused with the buttons. When we convened in October, I talked about the children who are losing at an alarming rate their arms and their legs in Gaza. And since then, we must realize that we have filled a chair. Every chair in this room is a child that has lost either an arm or a leg or both. So we should not be silent when the children die. We should act and protect. And that is what this report is about. Yesterday I spoke to Abed Al-Qadar Al-Attar, and he's a Dutch national, and he's not allowed to leave Gaza. He has been there involuntarily for 15 months, and he's getting all the things that the war has done. He has lost family, he has lost friends, and he has lost his trust. And all he wants is to get home. 16 months of war have resulted in 47,000 people dying, 109,000 seriously injured, many women and children, and 265 humanitarian aid workers that have lost their lives, and 150 journalists have also lost their lives. It shows this war is going nowhere. The hostages are still not home, and they should be. So I am very, very happy that we are having a ceasefire now, and that will bring a better situation for the people in the region. But the ceasefire is not a reason why we should not debate this report, because the humanitarian crisis is still going on. There are no schools, there are far too little hospitals, the healthcare system is still collapsed, and people are still dying as a result of it. So, although I want to really deeply thank the people who have worked on the peace, we also have to keep working here on the humanitarian crisis. One of the bases in this report is the humanitarian law. Humanitarian law, it was invented after the Second World War, and it was there to protect innocent civilians in times of conflict. Humanitarian law is the most fundamental protection against unjust situation and unsafety, and we must really protect it here. Humanitarian law is also non-reciprocal. It means it doesn't matter what the other party does, you still have to do everything in your means to protect the innocent people, in this case in Gaza. This report calls therefore on Israel to retract the ban on UNRWA. UNRWA has a very important role in supplying humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza, and there is not a good alternative. And also, there should not be a good alternative. And the reason why is that UNRWA is a UN body. And if we accept that conflicting parties in UN bodies can be discussed in UN, I have to rephrase that, if we accept that UN bodies are being banned during times of conflict, the UN will be disputed in times of conflict, which means people will not get fed, they will not get medical help, and that is why they are so highly protected in our international law. So that is an important part, although it's not easy. Then the role of the press, which is also an important part of this role. We struggled with the numbers in Gaza, what is going on, and one of the main reasons for that is that there are no independent journalists in Gaza. They are not allowed to enter. And so we not really know what is going on. So we tried in this report to be as factual as we could. And we used numbers from the health ministry. And why did we use them? Because they are dependable. They have been proven so in the past, but also because they are the lowest that we are there. So if we would have taken other numbers, there would be more discussion about it, but also they would have been much higher. I think we have to realize that. So today, President, I hope that we will have a very civilized debate on the topic. I think we should unite at least on the importance of humanitarian law in the situation of Gaza. And I think we should stand for it. And I hope you will stand for it when we vote for the report. And last of all, I so much hope that the people who are now in Gaza, the children, the women, the elderly, the men, and the hostages, I hope so much that we can bring them all home to a safe situation and to a situation where they can again build up their lives and thrive, and therefore we need really strong humanitarian structures. So let's keep talking about this, and let's talk now about this report.
Thank you, dear Saskia. Dear colleagues, we're now going to the speakers on behalf of political groups, and I call first Mr. Paul Zablonski from the European Conservative Party. Mr. Zablonski, you have the floor. Mr. Zablonski. So I'm going now to the next, who is on behalf of ALDE, Mr. Gusti Gras. Gusti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, may I begin by commending on behalf of my group what may be a glimmer of hope, and that is the ceasefire agreement, the upshot of diplomacy conducted by the authorities of Egypt, Qatar, and the previous and current US administrations. The human toll is shocking. More than 1,000 Israeli soldiers who've fallen in combat and tens of thousands of Palestinians cut down by this ruthless war. And more terrible still, it's mostly women and children who've paid the highest price. And in this tragic context, I welcome the first phase of this agreement, which seeks to free all women and people below the age of 19. Now, while the parameters may have evolved since the initial drafting of this report, these recommendations resonate today with renewed relevance. Between hope and apprehension, we are treading a fine line. After the progress in Lebanon, the second ceasefire agreement in the region represents an opportunity, although geopolitical fragility remains a fact. On the one hand, these supporters of a total victory in Israel have not laid down their arms or their ambitions. At the same time, the threat that Hamas may jeopardize the return of hostages still looms like a shadow over each phase of the agreement. And given this dramatic situation, we must remain intransigent. The agreement must be implemented in full, without exception or condition. It's not simply a diplomatic option. It's an absolute moral necessity. The release of all hostages and prisoners must be full and guaranteed as a key, inalienable priority. The gradual withdrawal of Israeli troops from the occupied Palestinian territories, as well as the safe return of displaced persons, are essential elements. Humanitarian aid must also enter without any impediment. UNRWA, notwithstanding attempts to destabilize it, remains the main actor conduct that vital mission through its unique expertise and knowledge on the field. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my group, I wish to reaffirm that the two-state solution is an essential, unavoidable stage to establish lasting peace in the region. The urgency is immediate, putting an end to the macabre toll of victims, children, girls, civilians, hostages. We, in our own humble capacity as parliamentarians, are working for this ceasefire to be part of the history of this damaged region, even if it's only temporary. And last, as regards the report, I must confess that some of my colleagues have expressed misgivings regarding some of the positions taken, which might be perceived as unbalanced, and our vote will depend, obviously, on the outcome of the different amendments. Thank you.
On behalf of the United European Left, the co-chair of the party, Anne Stambach-Terrenoir. Anne, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President. Thank you, Rapporteur. Since October 2023, more than 47,000 people have been killed in Gaza, including more than 40,000 children. 29,000 children have been injured. Hundreds of tiny babies have died because there's no electricity to run the incubators. And 60% of the victims are women and children. Thousands and thousands of innocent civilians. For those who survived, hunger, famine, dust, disease. So for months now, Israel has been violating international law in absolute impunity. For months, international organizations have been alerting the international community. But up until now, the crisis facing the people in Gaza was met with silence in this House. Ladies and gentlemen, our silence means that we do not live up to our aspirations to be guardians of human rights. This peace is now fragile and temporary. We demand it become permanent. The hostages on both sides should go home. The bombs and guns should now stop, although dozens and dozens of Palestinians have been killed in the last few days. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, Israeli incursions continue against international law. Our countries must work together to ensure that the Convention for the Prevention of Crimes of Genocide be fully respected. Because, yes, let's be honest about it, we have seen genocide unfold before our eyes. The Special Envoy from the United Nations said that the methods used by the Israelis in Gaza was genocide, including using famine as an hour of war. Mr. Netanyahu is now subject to an arrest warrant from the ICC for crimes against humanity and war crimes. We demand that justice be done. 60% of the territory of Gaza has been destroyed, 95% of the schools destroyed. Just 1 month ago, the last large hospital was destroyed. So what future do the children of Gaza have? Lots of them have seen unbearable scenes. They've lost their parents, their brothers and children. They suffer from psychological problems, malnutrition. Even polio is back and there's no medication. Children should enjoy specific protection, as is reiterated in this report. Why? Because they're our collective future. Even during war, they must be given access to education, food and education. All of that has been disregarded. Gaza is the country in the world with most children who've undergone amputation. So many of them could have been treated. So many of them had amputations without even having anaesthetic. And now no chance of rehabilitation, no chance of prosthesis. So Israel is still using fallacious reasons to prevent UNRWA doing its work. UNRWA is the only agency which can help defend the lives of the Palestinians. This is unacceptable. Our member states must put pressure on Israel and insist that UNRWA be given emergency funding. Access to the Gaza Strip must be total and immediate. Our own humanity has been bombed together with the children of Gaza. Our humanity has been mutilated. Let us now ensure that for the international intervention which we've waited for too long finally come about. We are all children of Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. On behalf of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats, the leader of the party, Mr. Frank Swabe.
Herr Präsident, wir reden über einen...
President, we're talking about one of the most difficult conflicts in a world of conflicts. I'm referring to the conflict between Israel and Palestine. If you look at history of both parties, if you look at that history, you can understand why there is a claim to a piece of land here. Israel, as the only democracy in the region, wants to protect itself, or rather it is surrounded by autocracies and dictatorships. I would like to thank the rapporteur for this report. It doesn't seek to resolve the problem. You can't solve the problem. However, the report talks about the humanitarian situation and places that centre stage, and has talked about the role of our organisation. You know, you can look at the figures given by Hamas or the figures given by Israel. Depends on which ones you look at. You're talking about tens of thousands of people killed, injured, maimed, displaced. Many, many, many thousands. Now, many will say that the 7th of October 2023 did not come out of the blue. There was a history behind that. And of course, we know that, but there was a terrible terrorist attack perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023, and the Assembly has already taken a clear position on that matter. But the purpose of this report is to look at the humanitarian situation in Gaza. That is what we are addressing here. Of course, we all want a ceasefire, we all want the release of the hostages, we want an exchange of prisoners, and we want things to get better. We've heard about the 600-odd trucks that are now going through this part of the world. They couldn't, of course, get through over the last few weeks or months, and Hamas bears some responsibility for that in terms of stealing food, in terms of actually preventing this from going ahead. But Israel, of course, ultimately has to take responsibility, and many institutions, including the United Nations, have said quite clearly that this is a problem, the fact that humanitarian aid didn't get to where it was supposed to get to, and it is Israel's responsibility to change that. We've also talked about the catastrophic medical situation. There are people who are dying because of illness, children, terrible, terrible situation prevailing, medically speaking. And also in the report, there is reference to the United Nations. We need to make sure that we respect the role of the UN. I know that there are problems with UNRWA. There might be problems elsewhere, but nevertheless, they have done a lot of very precious work, and I would like to commend them for that. Now, Piero Fassino has made some comments, and I think that, or amendments to the report, which I think are perfectly opposite. Again, our duty here is to look at the humanitarian situation of the people in situ. We want a future for people. You know, they need to be able to stay, to reconstruct their country, and Saskia Klutz's report makes an important contribution to that effort. Thank you very much on behalf of my political group. Thank you.
Frank, on behalf of the European People's Party, I call now Mr. Ziggeris. Emanuelis, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear friends. It's good that we are coming back to issues related to Middle East. It will be good to have a report about Aleppo too. It will be good to have reports about Syrian government crimes and other issues, but probably it will follow. From my point of view, this matter related to the essence, what happened on the 7th of October. After 2005, when Prime Minister Sharon ordered to withdraw all Israelis from Gaza Strip, we have following development that the group who are declared in many of your distinguished countries like a terrorist and who are worse like Lukashenko or Putin regime, they took over the power in Gaza. So in Gaza Strip we have a regime who is using their population in attacks of the neighboring countries, in this case Israel. No one settler is inside of Gaza. If we're talking not about West Bank, we're talking about very, very Israeli in 1948 declared statehood territory. In this case, I was there after my country did a resolution on the 10th of October. I was there and I saw those people from the small towns established in pre-war time, the towns of mostly socialist, Madam Rapporteur, mostly socialist approach, and the mayors who were integrating Gaza people to their internal life, celebrating their birthdays together, Israelis from Sderot, birthdays and family events together with Gazans. It was most advanced peaceful camp, and on the simple students who assembled in big, huge numbers during this Woodstock type festival, music festival, were from the peaceful camp, who were always making huge demonstration in Tel Aviv against the war, in favor of peace with Palestinians. So this very peaceful camp was attacked by those fanatics who took over during the years Gaza and terrorized Gazans and put the innocent civilians in front of their military headquarters. That is not extremely reflected. From my point of view, looking to the fact that we have really heavy casualties, but I would like to say that facts cannot be based on the Hamas Health Ministry. And sorry to say, no one of the amendments who was proposed for our good friends in the Committee of Social Affairs from my side was accepted, including the first amendment related to the current peace agreement. So in this case, I would like to say that such a report is important. It's about our profile of our organization, but the facts on the ground and the methodology was absolutely wrong. If Italy will be under attack, or Great Britain... I'm ending, dear Chairman. So if Italy will be attacked, or Great Britain, or Germany, we will have the same measures to defend our people. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank all colleagues who have heard patiently the oldest member of our Assembly. Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Jablonski, would you like to take the floor on behalf of the European Conservatives?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Rapporteur, dear colleagues. The tragedy of Gaza is a stark reminder that horrors of the past genocides may always be repeated if the world stays silent. And it is also a reminder of the importance of the institutions safeguarding international humanitarian law, a reminder that nothing in this regard should be taken for granted, and a reminder of the urgency with which we must act now to protect even the most basic human rights. The deliberate, indiscriminate attacks by Hamas and other terrorist organizations must be denounced in the strongest possible terms. These acts of terror not only inflict unimaginable suffering on men, women and children and communities who yearn for peace, but also destabilize the entire region. At the same time, we must recognize that the cycle of violence cannot be broken through military means alone. Israel has the right to defend itself. And Israel also has a duty to always observe international law. And just as any other country, it must be also held accountable if there are any crimes committed by its military personnel or otherwise. Targeting innocent civilians, unpunished killings of humanitarian workers, including Polish national Damian Sobol, murdered by IDF on 1st of April last year. Families of victims still demand justice. Disproportionate responses, destruction of infrastructure essential to human life. This has been the reality in Gaza for over a year. And this reality perpetuates despair and deepens humanitarian crisis. Let me say it very clearly. There is no justification for limiting humanitarian aid. There are no arguments for depriving civilians from water, food, medicine, electricity, basic amenities, and in fact, basic human rights. While we may welcome cessation of hostilities, ceasefire, a lasting and just solution is still very far away. A two-state solution is something we should strive for, and this includes addressing the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians for dignity, self-determination, and equal rights with the rights of Israelis, alongside Israel's right to self-defense, to security and peace. But most of all, in these urgent situations that people of Gaza and people of Palestine are facing, we must act with urgency to address the basic needs to sustain human life, the basic human right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jablonski. Next in the speakers list is Mr. Bernard Sabella. Go on. Have you put your badge in? Have you inserted the badge? You have to insert the badge. Press the button once and wait for a couple of seconds. Hold. You have to insert the badge and let the badge in. Let the badge in.
Can you speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry for this. We, the Palestinian delegation, commend the report of Ms. Clowet of the Committee on Social Affairs. I think this has been a labor of seriousness to consider the effects of war and destruction since October 7, 2023 on the people of Gaza. At the same time, allow me to say, we in the Palestinian delegation are very pleased with the ceasefire, and we hope for the release of all hostages and for our people, for our Palestinian people, to really have all the amenities that normal people want and desire to have.
Certainly, October 7, 2023 have driven a big wedge between Israelis and Palestinians, but I think that the October 7 attack, which is not acceptable by many of us in Palestine, and also the non-acceptable disproportionate war by Israel on Gaza, means that we need to think of ways out of this polarization between Israelis and Palestinians. Otherwise, we are stuck and we will go back to war and we'll go back to confrontations. We cannot politicize the humanitarian situation. And I think it is very clear that unless we tend to the wounds of Palestinians as well as to the wounds of Israelis, we cannot make progress forward. And I commend the Council of Europe finally to at least have come up with a report that speaks to the wounds of the people who have suffered this war. I would like also to say that there is a responsibility to the Council of Europe not only to tend to the humanitarian situation, but also to work very hard on the political side of things in order to bring peace to Palestine and Israel. And I do hope that what is happening today in the West Bank, in the cities of Jenin and Tulkarem, will not be a repeat of what happened in Gaza during more than 16 months. Finally, I would say there is no way forward except the way of peace. No return to war would guarantee peace to Israelis. No return to war and hostilities would guarantee peace to us Palestinians. We have to look forward and work together for the future of peace and stability in our region. And you have a role to play in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sabella. I will ask now Madame Meirav Ben-Ari to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished member of the Parliamentary Assembly. Tomorrow, this Council will mark 80 years for the liberation of Auschwitz. It's based as an international day for remembering the victim, but education the next generation against hate and against terrorism and against dehumanization. For the people in Israel, the October 7 is the most painful day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Yes, every Jewish in Israel feels that October 7 is a painful remembrance for being Jewish in Israel. I came here today with my colleague Boaz Bismuth, and I listened to the rapporteur. I am the whip of the opposition. You cannot suspect me that I am in favor of my government. I have criticized for my government every week in the plenary and in the committees. But this rapporteur is not against Israel, it's against the people of Israel. It's against the children of Israel. It's against Israel that every day that we are sitting here, more than 600 trucks are moving to Gaza Strip for the civilians with food, with medicine aid, something that our hostages can only dream of. 600 trucks.
Imagine to you that you have been attacked, murdered your people, 1,200 in one day, and you are supplied every day more than 600 trucks crossing the border to Gaza Strip. Why no one speak about it in this report? Why you don't mention? Thanks God that I went with Mr. Fassino to Kerem Shalom crossing, and he saw it in his own eyes. He saw the humanitarian aid that we are moving. Why you didn't mention this in your report? Why you didn't mention the babies? Kfir Bibas, Ariel Bibas, they are also babies who suffer from war. They are captive in Gaza. So you told me it's a reporter about Gaza, and I really try, everything to hold myself. And Mr. Fassino told me, please, Merav, and I strongly believe that you need to hear me and not be angry about me. But when you putting a reporter about Israel, and you don't mention our help to the Gazan people, and you don't mention our civilians who are suffering every day from this terror organization, this is not a report. This is one side of the story, and you took Hamas story, and this is shame that Hamas is the representative in your report. Thank you.
Dear Meirav, with all due respect, I would ask you kindly to change the wording that Hamas is represented in this report. You and I respect your opinion, may have disagreements about the report, but by saying that Hamas is represented in a report of the Council of Europe, I think that you are not just. And I think that it would be better if you just changing the wording instead of talking about the rapporteur, talking about the report. This is my personal opinion, and I would kindly ask you to make this change.
That to take 45,000 people who killed in Gaza from the Ministry of Health, it's the data of Hamas. It's not the data that we know. And of course, I'm sorry if you offend from us. Believe me, to suffer from 20 years of missile attack and murders of people just because they are Jewish in Israel, believe me, we are suffering more than everyone who sit here in this chamber. But I'm sorry if you offend. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Meirav. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we are going on with Mrs. Goxe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I do not come from a country free from terrorism. When we speak of fight against terrorism, I come from a place where society is very sensitive to this issue. I live in a country where I can fully understand how people might feel insecure about violence. However, I also know what fight against terrorism is and what it is not. Fighting terrorism cannot be achieved through disproportionate responses to attacks. Killing children is not self-defense. Forcibly displacing more than 1 million people is not self-defense. In Gaza, civilians, women, the elderly, and children have suffered immense harm. Tens of thousands of people have lost their lives, and humanitarian aid was blocked. The food crisis has reached unacceptable levels. Diseases have spread, and medical assistance has become impossible. Hundreds of thousands of survivors will now live with these traumas. Children will grow up in a place where their fundamental rights are never recognized. In Gaza, not only the lives have been threatened, a propaganda war was also waged. In this propaganda, Palestinians were dehumanized. This is not a fight over who started first when it comes to humanitarian law. But let's also remember that history did not start on the 7th of October. What we face today is the result of a much deeper historical context. Dear colleagues, the Council of Europe is putting in tremendous efforts to ensure the implementation of its court rulings. What makes Europe valuable is its commitment to protecting rights that are universal for all of us without discrimination. The people of the Middle East, the people of Palestine, are no less human. They are not numbers. The orders of the International Court of Justice and the decisions of the International Criminal Court against Israel are not decisions we can ignore. Dear colleagues, we are at a turning point in history. The world is currently in the period of multiple crises, and institutions like the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe stand at a crossroads. We face a difficult decision, and I believe this work will be one of the big steps. I would like to congratulate dear Saskia for her hard work for this report, which looks at Gaza from the humanitarian perspective it deserves. And I hope this will only be the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Beppe Fenech-Adami is next.
Mr. President, may I start by thanking the rapporteur on the presentation of this report and resolution being discussed and voted upon in this plenary session. This report comes at a very defining moment of the conflict in the Middle East, triggered off primarily by the 8 October massacre of 2023, followed by a full-blown conflict in Gaza, escalating as well in the West Bank, in Lebanon, and affecting the whole region. Dear colleagues, this is a conflict which has gripped the conscience of the international community and underscored the urgent need for unity, compassion, and action. On October 7th, 2023, a horrific terrorist attack by Hamas and other militias against Israel claimed countless innocent lives and violated the fundamental principles of human dignity and rights. This Assembly has unequivocally condemned these atrocities, calling for justice and the immediate release of all hostages still held in captivity. In response to this tragedy, military operations in Gaza have created a humanitarian catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. More than 43,000 lives have been lost, with women and children comprising the majority of casualties. The infrastructure of Gaza, homes, schools, hospitals, have been reduced to rubble, leaving hundreds of thousands in desperate need of basic necessities. As we speak, we are still faced with a humanitarian crisis which threatens to deepen further, with so many families displaced multiple times, lacking shelter, food, and medical care. The recent ceasefire agreement of a few days ago offers a glimmer of hope, a chance to pause the cycle of violence and prioritize human lives. But we must ensure that this is not merely a temporary reprieve. So once again, it is our duty to call on all parties to uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law. Civilians must be protected, humanitarian aid must flow unhindered, and the attacks on medical and humanitarian workers should not be allowed to happen again. This is not just a legal obligation, this is a moral imperative. Mr. President, once again implore Hamas to immediately release all, yes, all hostages and grant access to the International Committee of the Red Cross. The suffering of these individuals, compounded by the dire conditions in Gaza, are absolutely unacceptable. Mr. President, in the name of humanity, in the name of human dignity, we demand a swift and unconditional return of all hostages to their families. As this Parliamentary Assembly, we affirm our commitment to ensuring accountability, justice, and sustainable peace. I call on Member States and the international community to provide and increase immediate humanitarian aid, to rebuild Gaza's devastated infrastructure, and ensure medical care to those affected by the conflict. Children who have suffered the most deserve safe space, education, and hope for a brighter future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Iona Arendt is next. Is Iona here? No. Fiona Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Saskia for her report and all the work that has gone into it. And I've listened carefully to the words from Mr. Sabella and from Ms Ben-Air. And Mr Sabella has asked that we look forward and that we work together, and that is hugely, hugely important. We often hear Irish poet Seamus Heaney's words quoted at political gatherings, and hope and history rhyme. The beginning of that particular piece of poetry starts with, "Human beings suffer, they torture one another, and never has the world witnessed such suffering and torture since the Holocaust 80 years ago, as in the last 480 days. More than 15 months of daily bombardments, deaths, injuries, displacement and starvation. 47,000 people have been killed, and we know that 70% of these have been women and children. Almost 3 times that number have been injured, with about 25% of those suffering life-changing injuries. Almost every day, 10 children lose one or both legs. 1 million children are among the 1.9 Palestinians who have been displaced, and 20,000 children have become orphans. More than 96% of women and children cannot meet their basic nutritional needs. And we must remember that 155,000 women are now pregnant or breastfeeding. So just imagine the world for those children, for those babies. My country, Ireland, along with all of the other countries, certainly welcomes the agreement reached on a hostage release and ceasefire deal. And of course, we must demand all remaining hostages should be released. It is also positive to see significant amounts of aid enter Gaza since the 19th of January, after months of obstruction by Israeli forces. We need to see a continued and sustained massive scale-up of humanitarian aid into Gaza, a return of basic services and a clear framework under which those that are displaced from the conflict can return and receive the required medicines, nutritional needs and supports. Ireland's long-standing support for a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains an integral aspect of our foreign policy, and our government is working to build consensus at EU and international level to support that implementation of a negotiated two-state solution and lasting peace process. And I ask all of you here to use your powers of persuasion to support this in your country.
Thank you, Fiona.
Seamus Heaney also said, so hope for a great sea change on the far side of revenge.
Thank you, Fiona.
Believe that further shore is reachable from here. We have to believe in miracles and in cures. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I know that there are colleagues who are complaining, and they are right. If we do not respect the time limit, then some of our colleagues will not have the ability to take the floor. So please keep in the time limit. Joseph O'Reilly.
Could I begin, Mr. President, by congratulating my colleague Fiona on that fine address. Might I, first of all, welcome the report and again say that its focus is on humanitarian situation with particular reference to women and children. Ireland welcomes the agreement and the ceasefire, as do all right-thinking people here. We are glad that food entered Gaza on Sunday the 19th, after months of blocking. We cannot escape the reality, and the tragic reality, that 43,000 lives were lost, that 100,000 civilians were injured, that 122,000 people died of various ailments because of the situation. We cannot escape the reality, and the return to the rubble of those people on television now is pitiful on our screens. 1.9 million Palestinians have been displaced. 19,000 have been orphaned or ended without, or left without a caregiver. Israeli military have deprived children access to food, water and medical aid. Risk of famine persists. 96% of women and children cannot meet nutritional needs. 155,000 women are pregnant or breastfeeding. And a number of women, as has been stated earlier, are having their babies without anaesthetic and without any proper medical support. 98,000 children already had a disability. Medicine is in scarce supply and is needed. Now, a report from the UN, and this is not Hamas, of November 24 said that in the 6 months from November 23 to April 24, 70% of fatalities were women and children. Now, we should be advocating ongoing amelioration of the neglect and the misery and seeking the aid. That's our job. All leaders up on that platform and in the body of this hall should be loud in seeking that from now on. That amelioration is needed. We should, as my colleague said earlier, be seeking the two-state solution, not President Trump's proposition that people be brutally lifted up and transported to another land. We need a political solution, but the focus of this report is that we need a humanitarian solution. It behoves us, and we have no right to be here, if we are not from the top table right through this assembly, calling for an amelioration, an immediate input to deal with the humanitarian reality, with bringing in aid, bringing in medical supplies, rebuilding Gaza. That's needed, and parallel with that are political developments to bring about a two-state solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Aisha Bankoglu, you're next.
President, I thank dear Saskia for her compassionate and timely report on humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Sadly, we have not paid enough attention as human rights body to this tragedy. We have faced and watched unprecedented destruction, occupation and killings, which are absolutely against international humanitarian law. Women and children have faced the devastation of their homes, the loss of loved ones, and the crippling scarcity of essential resources, food, water, medicine, and shelter. As we speak, thousands, especially the most vulnerable ones, are living under the terrible conditions. Over 38,000 Palestinian children have lost their parents. Children have died from starvation and dehydration. 1/3 of children under the age of 3 are now malnourished. For the women of Gaza, the challenge of providing decent care for their children between the ruins remains insurmountable. For the children whose laughter has been replaced by cries, this is not merely a crisis, it is a theft of their future. I'm glad that there is now a ceasefire, and I hope this ceasefire will be lasting and permanent. The release of prisoners and hostages is another welcome development. However, we should not forget that the ceasefire agreement is not a solution on itself. Gaza is now a wasteland and no homes, no schools or hospitals. But what is left is just rubble. It is now time to put even more attention to Gaza tragedy. We must deliver unhindered aid. We must help Gaza to rebuild its infrastructure and homes. We must send humanitarian aid people to assist these efforts. We have another obligation to Gaza and Palestine. We must prevent Israel from attacking Palestine and its people again. We must use our national political mechanisms as well as this body to exert pressure on Israel to stop its occupation, to stop building settlements, to stop the state-sponsored settler violence. We must immediately start working towards a two-state solution. And I would like to end with a poem by a Palestinian poet. O rascal children of Gaza, you who constantly disturb me with your screams under my window, you who filled every morning with Russian chaos, you who broke my vase and stole the lonely flower on my balcony, come back and scream as you want and break all my vases, steal all the flowers, come back Just come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Theo Bowens is next. Theo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, yesterday His Holiness Patriarch Bartholomew gave an impressive speech in which he called upon all faiths to invest in mutual understanding, dialogue and living peaceful together on this one planet. And he mentioned his warm cooperation with the Roman Catholic Church and especially the Latin Patriarchate in the Holy Land that looks after the Catholics in Israel, Palestine, Jordan and Cyprus. The presence of Christianity in the Middle East is and stays very important. I myself am a member of an international Catholic organization that supports the Patriarchate in Jerusalem, called the Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre. We support financial and in our prayers, parishes, schools, youth organizations, elderly homes, hospitals, etc. And yes, we do that also in Gaza. Because of that, I'm looking with the greatest concern and in great sadness to the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Patriarch Cardinal Pizzaballa visited a few days before Christmas the parish of the Holy Family in Gaza and celebrated Mass there, as he did on Christmas Eve in Bethlehem. I recommend my colleagues to read his sermons given on these events. Dear colleagues, it can be difficult to choose sides in a conflict which is highly complicated to follow in detail. I strongly condemn the terrorist attack by Hamas and other terrorist movements on October the 7th in 2023. And I strongly support the legal right of the State of Israel to defend itself and to try to free hostages and attack terrorist movements. All of us here, members and observers, and I mean everybody, wants to make an end to the suffering of the people of Gaza and Israel. That unites us as being humans. But we are not united in how to achieve this, not thinking the same about who's to blame most, who's the most responsible, who should start first, who should end. And that's why it's important that the international communities take stand in favor of the innocent civilian population, according to international humanitarian law. Fighting and blaming is one thing, but solving the crisis, fixing the deplorable situation of women and children is another thing. The resolution of today asks just for that, and does that in a remarkable, balanced way. Starting with a lasting ceasefire and the release of hostages, we now should focus on the humanitarian situation, access to healthcare, availability of food, education, housing and shelter. Minister Bettel of Luxembourg said yesterday, the rule of law protects the innocent against the force of the powerful. We as Assembly should take the side of the weak, the innocent, the victims, against the power of terrorist organizations, against the power of conflict and the power of war. And that is also the message of people of goodwill to the other people of goodwill. Peace shall be on you. That's the only way. And I will vote in favor of this resolution and thank the rapporteur and her team for the balanced approach based on international law.
Thank you, Theo. Alfred Kerr, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish I could thank Mrs. Kloot for her report, but I'm not able to do so. It's completely one-sided, and I listened very carefully what you mentioned about the humanitarian law. What about the humanitarian law on October 7th? What about the hostages? What about the access of the Red Cross for the hostages? Is there any access for them? No. It's a breach of humanitarian law. What about the terroristic attack against civilians, against families, mothers, children? What do you say about that? Did I hear ever anything of you when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip and when they killed their Fatah brothers? Have I ever heard anything from you about humanitarian law? I didn't hear anything. Did I hear anything when they abuse billions of taxpayers' money, dollars and euro, which they kept in their pockets, the Hamas terrorists? They had a luxury life in Qatar. They used it to buy military equipment. They used to build tunnels with it. They didn't give it to the people in Gaza, to the poor people you are deploring now. They kept it for themselves mainly. I never heard of you about humanitarian law. You spoke that there is no free press in Gaza now. Was there a free press before? There was never a free press in Gaza under this terroristic regime. And this we should bear in mind. And with Israel, we have the only democratic state. We have freedom of press. We have demonstrations nearly every week against the government, which we don't see anywhere in the Near and Middle East. They have a rule of law. They have a separation of power, which we don't see anywhere, and you don't mention this. They send rockets from Lebanon, they send rockets from Yemen, they send rockets from the Gaza Strip. What about that, about humanitarian law? What about the displaced persons in Israel that cannot live anymore in the north of Lebanon and in the area of the Gaza Strip? You don't mention them at all. It's a shame. I'm sorry to say so. Your report is one-sided. It's a shame. And Jews are no more safe in Europe. They're not safe in Netherlands. They're not safe in France. They are even not safe in Switzerland. Because we have those terrorists here, and the only place where Jews should be safe is in Israel. And if they cannot be safe there anymore, then we will have a revival of a second Holocaust, and you will be responsible for it. So we should support Israel in its right of self-defense and release the hostages, and then this nightmare will be over. Thank you.
Edith Estrella is next. Colleagues,
Thank
please be
Mr.
quiet.
President. Thank the rapporteur for this important report. Dear colleagues, after more than a devastating year of war between Israel and Hamas, a ceasefire has finally been reached. This truce included an exchange of prisoners and allowed much-needed humanitarian aid to reach affected areas. Until when? I don't know. But I know that Palestinians need peace to rebuild their lives and their homes. I know that women and children of Palestine have a right to live in peace. Enough of bombs and violence, enough destruction and death, enough of useless suffering. The war in Gaza following the terrorist attack on October 7 has escalated into a devastating humanitarian crisis. The continuous bombing and ground operations have caused countless civilian deaths and have left the population without access to basic humanitarian services or safe refuge. These actions represent a grave violation of international humanitarian law and children's rights. Entire cities have been reduced to rubble, and hundreds of thousands of people were forced to flee their homes. A sustainable resolution to this conflict must address the root causes, including decades of displacement, systemic inequality, and no right to self-determination. Peace cannot be achieved without justice, and justice cannot be served without a commitment to human rights and the rule of law. The international community must also ensure that organizations like the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East are not hindered in their vital work. The ceasefire did not end the humanitarian crisis. Children continue to be left without access to education, without access to health care, without food, without a home, and without a family. Children will suffer the consequences of this war for many years. Various consequences, physical and psychological consequences. In many cases, most probably, they will suffer throughout their lives the effects of this war, of the many deficiencies of what they saw They heard and
Thank
they
you, Edith.
suffered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Niklaus Samuel Gugger is next.
Sehr geehrter Herr
Dear colleagues, please be quiet.
Sehr geehrter Herr
President, honourable members, I would like to thank the rapporteur for the draft report regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Unfortunately, this report isn't balanced. Why do I say this? The report primarily reposes on data provided by the health ministry in Gaza, which is under the control of Hamas, a terrorist organisation. Unfortunately, the report is based on those discredited figures, whereas credible information which has been verified by the Israelis is ignored. So Hamas is a terrorist organisation. This is why we should assume that any information from the Hamas-controlled health ministry is biased. There are a whole series of points that the report fails to neglect. Israel has taken major measures to try to avoid a humanitarian crisis. Unlimited transfers were possible. On the other hand, Hamas tried to prevent such transfers. It plundered aid convoys, and it then prevented the aid reaching the civilian population. Israel has made it possible for more than 1,320 tons of humanitarian aid with more than 6,000 trucks to be transported. Since the beginning of the ceasefire, more than 2,400 deliveries of aid have arrived in Gaza. Yes, we keep forgetting that. We also forget that throughout this whole conflict, Hamas has committed serial violations of human rights. It continued to fire thousands of rockets onto Israel. It's committed double violations of international law by using the civilian population in Gaza as a human shield, while at the same time building missile launch systems and weapons stores under hospitals and other civilian infrastructure. This is why I'll be supporting several amendments and rejecting others. I'm grateful that at least we finally have a fragile ceasefire. I demand that the hostages be released immediately. And I'd like to close with a famous quotation. Just imagine there were war and nobody went. Just look at the absurdity of wars. This reminds us that wars can only be possible if people allow them to take place. If nobody goes along with war, there is no war. That's a powerful call for peace and solidarity.
Thank you. George Lukaidis is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate and thank the rapporteur for the objective and impartial work she has done. Today is an important day for the Parliamentary Assembly because even at this late point in time, through this resolution, we are saving to some extent the organisation's credibility and dignity in relation to our response to Gaza war. I would like to recall that for 1 year this Assembly has not felt compelled nor shocked enough by the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza to request a discussion under urgent procedure that would have led to the adoption of a resolution. At a time when millions around the world, including many Jews, were demonstrating against Israelis' atrocities and demanding an immediate ceasefire and the release of the hostages, we went a step further from remaining silent. The resolution we adopted last January called for a ceasefire, but on the crucial condition that Israel totally dismantle Hamas. In effect, dear colleagues, this was an indirect authorization to continue the war. It is regrettable that the ceasefire agreement, which was welcomed with much relief and satisfaction by all peace-loving people around the world, was reached without any input from us here in PACE. My aim is not to criticize those responsible for this dark page in the history of PACE and the Council of Europe. We now have the opportunity, beginning with this report and resolution, to follow a different path, this time truly in line with the principles and values of this organisation. We must condemn extremism
whenever it comes from, and break from a new vicious cycle of violence that will harm both the Palestinian and the Israeli people. That includes West Bank and Jenin. We can start on a new path in which all parties will respect international law, international humanitarian law, and relevant UN resolutions that must serve as the compass leading to lasting peace, stability, security, and prosperity for both peoples. We must assist in ending the occupation of the Palestinian territories, the illegal settlements, and the systematic violations of Palestinian people's human rights. We must be both consistent and persistent in our efforts to reach peace that can only be realistically achieved through a two-state solution, with two peoples living together in peace, on the basis of 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as capital, coexisting side by side with the State of Israel. Last but not least, we must make sure that all recommendations in the resolution will be implemented and monitored in order to mitigate to the extent that we can the unprecedented humanitarian crisis that has mostly affected, let us not forget, women and children. Thank you.
Margot Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable colleagues, I begin by acknowledging the ancestors and peoples of these lands from the past, the present, and into the future. Hamas's horrific terrorist attack on Israel, October 7, 2023, has been called the deadliest day in Israel's history. Since then, according to the WHO, more than 46,000 people have been killed in the Gaza Strip. Over 100,000 more Gazans are injured and missing. Rapporteur Kloot's report called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and the immediate release of hostages. The images we have seen of young women emerging from captivity, one with missing fingers, the drone images and footage showing the complete razing of Gaza were yet another brutal reminder of how essential this ceasefire is. As Rapporteur Kloot's report emphasized, in wartime, women and children are the most vulnerable civilians. In Gaza, they accounted for more than 70% of the casualties. But statistics are too abstract to truly convey the pain and suffering that have been inflicted on Gazans, particularly on women and children. To help us know and understand, Rapporteur Kloot provides us with some concrete examples. Imagine the trauma, she tells us, of a Gazan child undergoing amputation in unspeakable conditions. Imagine a Gazan child with third-degree burns who can't be hospitalized because there are no beds. Imagine a Gazan child with leukemia who can't access medical care or medication. And now imagine that these children are all orphans, because that is increasingly the reality. The report quoted the United Nations Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator, who said that it has been common in Gaza for injured children to have written on their arms, "Wounded child, no surviving family." Women too have suffered terrible physical and psychological pain. More than 183 women are estimated to be giving birth every day without any pain relief. Newborn babies are dying. What is vital right now is that this ceasefire holds. Yesterday, I was in the Political Affairs and Democracy Committee. I heard parliamentarians speaking of Israel and Palestine, of the lived realities of peoples of those lands are experiencing. What struck me most was that the people of these lands are all suffering, all of them. In closing, I want to share a teaching given to me by one of my Indigenous elders from Canada.
Margot, thank you, Margot.
You cannot change the darkness with darkness. Only the light can change darkness. Let us show our children the light.
Thank you. Mehmet Kalin is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members of the Assembly, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur for this detailed report on Gaza. The attack on civilians by the Hamas launch on October 7 and widespread violence has led to prolonged conflict and tragedy in Gaza. According to UN Women, out of over 40,000 casualties, 70% of are Palestinian women and children. 85% of Gaza's population has been displaced, including nearly 1 million women and children. Whilst a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has allowed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to return to northern Gaza, after 15 months of intense conflict, residents are confronting widespread disruption and infrastructure collapse, and essential services like water and electricity have been severely disrupted. The scale of devastation poses significant challenges to reconstruction efforts. Children, the innocent victims in this devastating conflict, are not just losing their childhoods, they are losing their futures. Humanitarian workers who dedicated their lives to saving others are operating under unimaginable pressure, but still continue to deliver aid whilst their work is being hampered by severe shortages and blocked accesses. 90% of Gaza's population is experiencing acute food shortages, leading to rising malnutrition rates, especially among children. Despite a recent ceasefire, shortfall of humanitarian aid underscores the need for consistent and increased humanitarian assistance to meet the basic needs of the Palestinians. The health system in Gaza is on the brink of collapse. The war has severely compromised maternal and child health care services. Efforts to establish safe and well-equipped medical establishments must be made priority, enabling people who are injured or ill to get the medical care needed. The destruction of homes and infrastructure is immense. We must prioritize the construction of temporary shelters that can provide refuge and allow families to rebuild and create some normality back into their lives. Children need to be back in the classroom. We must commit to rebuilding schools as soon as possible and provide educational activities and support that will assist in them learning overcome trauma that has been inflicted upon them. The women, children, and humanitarian workers of Gaza are not just statistics. They are mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, and neighbors. They are people with dreams and aspirations, just like us, and they are counting on us to stand with them in their darkest hour. Let us also recognize that while the road to recovery may be long, our actions today can lay the foundations for a better future, one built on compassion, justice, and peace. A two-state solution for resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, offering the potential for peace and security for both people, is the way forward. Achieving this, however, requires bold leadership, mutual compromises, and sustained international support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehmet. Aurora Floridia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Saskia Kluit for her outstanding work on this crucial and balanced report. Its presentation in this Assembly marks an important moment for the Council of Europe, reaffirming our commitment to the core principles of human rights and humanitarian law that are and should remain our guiding light. I urge all of you to adopt this report, as it represents not just a document, but a vital message to the world. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is not merely a distant tragedy. The facts are heartbreaking. Over 43,000 lives have been lost, with women and children making up 70% of the victims. An estimated 120 1,000 people have died from preventable disease due to the catastrophic collapse of the health systems. Hospitals and schools, over 80% of which have been destroyed, are no longer safe spaces, but symbols of the deep suffering of the people of Gaza. These figures, colleagues, are not just statistics. They reflect shattered families, children who will never grow up. And the Council of Europe must take a firm stand. As parliamentarians of this Assembly, an institution that has championed human rights for decades, it is our moral duty to act decisively. We must make it clear that respect for humanitarian law is not negotiable. It is part of the DNA of this Council and a cornerstone of the values we stand for. For the same reason, all hostages must be free. That is why the adoption of this report is essential. Beyond its facts and figures, it sends a powerful message that this Assembly will not turn its back on Gaza. Furthermore, that we are steadfast in our commitment to uphold human dignity, protect civilians, and ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those who desperately need it. Dear colleagues, today we are not debating politics. We are not taking sides in a conflict. There is no propaganda on one side or on the other in this report. We are speaking about a humanitarian crisis. As the Council of Europe, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to lead by example. Let us be the voice of humanity and solidarity in these dark times. Let us remind the world that peace, respect for human rights, and humanitarian aid are not abstract ideals, but urgent imperatives. I urge you to support this report and clearly show that the Council of Europe remains a beacon of hope and humanity. We owe it to the present and future generation of our fragile world. Thank you.
Thank you, Alain. Lord Griffiths is next. Dear Ashley, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, and thank you, colleagues, for the impressive speeches that have been made. I don't need to repeat the statistics. They've been made and made again. Nor do I need really to protect Hamas from proper criticism. What happened on October the 7th was horrendous, and it needs constantly to be in our minds. The way that Hamas has manipulated aspects of the case also needs to be recognized and kept in the front of our minds. But we're not debating that now. We're debating the fact that even when some of the people were hiding or were being used by Hamas as shields, many thousands of others were not. And it isn't true that all the hostilities have taken place against schools and hospitals that were hiding Palestinian civilians. There are many who weren't. The pictures of those terrible crowds being pushed this way and that way is reminiscent of other pictures of a similar nature I could recount now for the benefit of this debate. It is horrible, and something must be done. This report is about the plight of people who are suffering for whatever reasons that may be put forward. Thousands, indeed tens and hundreds of thousands of people are in dire straits. And everybody on either side of the debate about what needs to happen here has to recognize that, and that's what has to be addressed, and that's what this report is all about. One further thing before I finish, and it is that in London, in the comfort of my home, I watch on television what's happening in Ukraine. And whilst I do that, reports are fed back by reporters, international reporters, embedded in the Ukrainian army, reporting on what's happening. Why is that not happening in this instance? Why is the international journalist not allowed to tell us? Why are we constantly told to doubt the figures of the Hamas authorities? Why should we believe the figures of the Israeli Defense Force? We need people on the ground to help us to see with eyes that can see the extent of the suffering, the need for a response, and it needs to happen as soon as possible.
Thank you, Leslie. Merem Geka, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, dear President and colleagues. Their only crime was being born in Gaza. For 467 days, Gaza has endured unimaginable horrors. Children torn to shreds by bombs, journalists targeted and killed, marking the greatest massacre of media professionals in modern history. Hospitals, schools, mosques, churches obliterated. 467 days of hunger, despair, and inhumanity. And now, over 50,000 innocent lives have been killed by Israel, most of them women and children. These are not just numbers. They each have a name, a face, and a story. The tragically overdue ceasefire will not repair lives of Palestinians shattered by Israel's genocide in Gaza, and instead of stopping this genocide, the world has normalized the dehumanization of Palestinians. Auschwitz was remembered by all, yet no lessons were learned from history. We said never again, but failed to honor that promise. Is it possible to justify the unjustifiable? The principle of human dignity must apply to all people, yet the Western media has remained deafeningly silent, repeating Israeli propaganda and whitewashing its crimes. Without this silence and complicity, the genocide could not have been sustained. Justice is not a privilege for the few, it's a right for all. There can be no double standard when it comes to human rights, and all around the world, millions of people are rising up in solidarity with Palestine. But the weaponization of terms like anti-Semitism has been used to silence those who dare to speak out. But let me be clear, no accusation, no misdirection, and no silence can hide the truth. No one can say, we didn't know. When this chapter of history is written, it will be written by the people of Palestine who documented their suffering in every heartbreaking detail. And these all will stand as undeniable evidence of what happened. The truth is out there for all to see. For Palestinians who have lost so much, there is little to celebrate when there is no guarantee that they will get justice and reparation for the horrifying crimes they have suffered. But darkness cannot last forever. Even in the deepest struggles, hope remains on the horizon, unshaken, untamed, and eternal. The 13th century poet and Islamic scholar Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi from Turkey's city of Konya reminds us, after despair, there is hope. After darkness, many suns rise. We will not remain silent, and we will not rest until the occupation is ended and there is a two-state solution. Thank you all. Thank you, Saskia. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Nicole Duranton.
Merci. Thank you very much, President, honourable colleagues. I would like to thank and congratulate our colleague Saskia on her report on the absolute need to put an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and Defence Committee in the French Senate, I went to Gaza in 2022 together with colleagues, and this was prior to the odious terrorist attack perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October 2023. At the time, I spoke to young citizens of Gaza. I was able to gauge their suffering, their pain, the feeling of having been abandoned, of being prisoners within this enclave. They felt like prisoners of Hamas. They'd never actually left the Gaza Strip. Following that mission, and after several exchanges with the authorities of both Israel and Palestine, our committee then submitted a report, and in that report we spoke about the loss of political hope, any prospects of development for these Palestinians who were cornered in the Gaza Strip. We also flagged the risk of a generalized conflagration of this conflict. We had anticipated it, and unfortunately it's exactly what happened. Then, just after the 7th of October, I went to the kibbutz of Be'eri, to the place where the massacre had taken place. I met with families there, and I shall never forget the poignant exchanges I had with the mother of Romy Gonen, who was released last week together with Émilie Damary and Doron Steinbrecher after more than 470 days in captivity. Nothing justifies the terrorist attack perpetrated on 7 October 2023, and I say this with passion at a time where tomorrow we will be commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau. However, at the same time, nothing justifies Israel breaching international humanitarian law. At the same time, of course, we have to flag Hamas's strategy, which is to hide behind civilian structures and to use civilians as a human shield. I hope that the ceasefire announced by Hamas and Israel, that ceasefire will hold, and I call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas. Today, we need to find a path towards hope, towards development, and ultimately this must lead to a political two-state solution. Now, to say that today might seem like wishful thinking, and yet it is the only viable political solution. The French Senate's Foreign Affairs Committee has already asked us to look at the possibilities of establishing in East Jerusalem a de jure capital for Palestine, to give some thought to the question of the recognition of the State of Palestine and to accompany that project with an agreed timeline for step-by-step accession to sovereignty and a democratic agenda for Palestine, with international guarantees to make sure that ballots can be held in the West Bank, in Gaza and in East Jerusalem. Our committee called for Israel to put an end to the strategy of settlements in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem, and we advocated de-escalation of violence. Thank you.
No, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to speak in Italian. Io ringrazio anch'io.
Like many other colleagues before me, I would like to thank our colleague Ms. Cloyd for a report which, as the debate has demonstrated, is complex. Complex because we are talking about a war which has touched each and every one of us in terms of our conscience. It's touched at the heart of public opinion. It's brought out fears, indignation, anger. We are talking about a dramatic, enormous humanitarian emergency which is well documented. This has led to a large number of victims, an enormous quantity of destruction, buildings, schools, hospitals, infrastructure. The continual displacement of hundreds of thousands of people from one end of the Gaza Strip to the other and back. And all of this has been accompanied, obviously, by indisputable violations of international law. There was a terrible Israeli reaction, a very harsh reaction to the massacre of the 7th of October, which could be characterized as disproportionate. Their reaction goes beyond the right to self-defense, which all of us recognize. So I think that the call in the report to ensure that international law be upheld and that we call for a stop to violence, this call is right. International law should be the basis for our behavior and not reciprocal responses to the other side's behavior. The French colleague who spoke beforehand underlined that international law hasn't been respected by Hamas. Hamas's responsibility is clear. This was dramatically underlined, not just by what happened on the 7th of October, but also by subsequent events. I would remind you that the United Nations have called for the unconditional release of the hostages. And this week we're talking about the need to ensure that this happens. Hamas violated the rights of the Red Cross to access the hostages. This is something else we can't ignore. Obviously, there are serious violations of international law. We have seen such violations, and they do not justify the violations committed by Israel. But the fact is, there is now an agreement. We now have to work hard to ensure that this agreement can be implemented. As we saw in the first few days, it's risky. We have to ensure that any links or obstacles to humanitarian aid being delivered to the civilian population be removed. The civilian population of Gaza must be allowed to go back to their homes, as must the Israeli population living along the borders with Gaza and Lebanon. The President interrupts. Above all, we have to ensure that we redouble our efforts to help support the rebuilding, and this requires an enormous effort on the part of the international community. The President interrupts again. It's important to implement international initiatives. Without such initiatives, there is no hope for peace.
Ahead is next. Nerea, you have asked for the floor. No? No. Okay. You are on the speaker list. Are you going to? Okay, you can have the floor now.
I'm going to speak in Spanish.
So we're talking about the conflict between Israel and Palestine here, and the need to, of course, condemn the terrorist attack, the taking of hostages, the thousands and thousands of assassinations. That on the one hand, but we also need to call out the disproportionate, unjustified response by Israel. 46,000 casualties, so many minors, children who are now left orphaned as well. Hospitals weren't shielded, schools weren't shielded, the press was not free, and we're talking about a genuine humanitarian crisis. And unfortunately, day by day, things are getting worse and worse. In addition to which, we're talking here about an international escalation. Look at what's happening in the West Bank. Israel is not respecting humanitarian law or international law, and it is using hunger and illness as weapons of war. So we need to call this out. You can't put this on the same footing. You can't talk about the actions of an organization or indeed a state. It's not the same level. I want to talk about not only human rights and dignity, I want to talk about something else as well. In this report, and we've been asking for this for some time now, in this report mention is made of a ceasefire. The ceasefire seems to have been achieved, but it doesn't seem to be unconditional, and it doesn't seem to be permanent, and it's not being respected actually at all. There are still attacks, there are still people dying, there are still casualties, there are still people who have been previously displaced who cannot move anymore. Yes, there is a corridor now, but where are these people headed towards? To ruins, to devastation. We're asking for access. Access must be guaranteed, but it's only being guaranteed on a case-by-case basis, drip by drip. Another point that I wanted to make is the following. In Gaza, you have 2 million people who have been displaced. They don't have anywhere to go. They don't have water. They don't have food. Israel actually prevented the UN agency, UNRWA, prevented them from operating in this territory. And they wouldn't give visas to many of the workers who were refugees, as it happens. So this is another issue that needs to be flagged. Also, we're talking about 2,000 terrorists allegedly within UNRWA. That was the accusation. I don't know. I've listened carefully to what's been said here. Would that mean that all of the inhabitants of Gaza are terrorists? I mean, that would be a way of doing the maths, if you like. That is an accusation that is unfounded, because even though the accusations were made, so many people from UNRWA were dismissed, were let go. What about donor countries? They started withdrawing from their donations, and this made the situation even worse for the people of Gaza. We've talked about the United Nations. We've said that, the United Nations is a cornerstone in this particular edifice, but Israel did not respect the work nor the role of the United Nations in the instant case. So we're making declarations, we're talking about good intentions, but I think it's important to go beyond that to really understand the suffering and the escalation of violence. We're not doing enough, in other words.
Martinez Seyo is next.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Assembly for having put forward this essential debate on the dramatic situation in Gaza. Europe and the international community cannot simply turn away in the face of the suffering of thousands of people. We're talking here about a conflict which hasn't ended. A ceasefire is not the same as peace. And this is proved by the fact that since the announcement of the ceasefire, dozens of people have continued to die, and people of Gaza are terrified the bombing will start again. This has been the case from the outset. Moreover, it is now spread to other open fronts: Lebanon, Iran, Syria. We need unity if we are to ensure that these countries can live together peacefully. Scientific reports often give us a very cruel truth. Estimates suggest that there have been more than 64,000 deaths caused by traumatic lesions, compared with the figure of 40,000 put forward by the by the Palestinian authorities. That's 40% more. There have been also an enormous number of people who have been injured and who disappeared. The fact is, those who suffer most are marginalized groups: children, elderly people, women, pregnant women. An enormous number or proportion of the deaths have concerned women, children, elderly people, vulnerable groups who are not very likely to be fighters. The people who are killed by the indirect effects of the war are even more numerous than those killed by the war itself: malnutrition, polluted water, a lack of health care, and so on. In Gaza, there's been a greater impact than in other conflicts because of the extremely dense population and the difficulties in getting healthcare through. In other words, we've seen terrible consequences because of lack of healthcare. There's also been an enormous impact on mental health, and we've also seen the re-emergence of diseases which we thought had disappeared, such as polio. It's essential now that those people who are displaced be given free access to go back to their homes. We also must ensure that emergency humanitarian aid be made available to those who most need it, and so that we can provide the support which the almost 2 million displaced people need. These people are living in inhumane conditions. It's essential, too, that the Palestinian authorities, as well as the United Nations UNRWA organization, be allowed to go back to Palestine. The challenges we face in terms of administering and supporting this territory are enormous. Practically all basic infrastructure in the territory has been destroyed. Plumbing, sewers, electricity, everything's been destroyed. The Gaza Strip needs a health system. That's a real priority. They need urgent resources. The European Union's working on this. My own country, Spain, has already sent 24 million euros, which will soon increase to 50 million. But all of that seems like peanuts in the face of the dramatic situation in Gaza. We should never forget that our ultimate duty is to find a peaceful solution for the future. We, together with other countries, the President interrupts, have been support. The President interrupts again.
Emmanuel Fernandez is next.
Thank you very much, Chair. President. Life expectancy reduced by 30 years, according to the Lancet journal. Life expectancy in Gaza has gone down by at least 30 years. It's frightening. We're talking about a population of more than 2 million people. But since January 2024, the ICJ has called for protection of Palestinians in Gaza, protecting them against breaches of our international law on genocide. We have reports from UNRWA. We have reports also from the United Nations, humanitarian agencies, the living conditions of Palestinians in Gaza, the inability to provide care and help for them, as well as the high number of casualties amongst women and children, have meant that this enclave is now covered by the Convention on Genocide. The same ICJ also ordered Israel to take measures to guarantee supplies of aid to the enclave, but the enclave was being bombed. The situation was deteriorating day by day. The State of Israel ignored the plea of the ICJ. December 2024, amnesty inquiry this time, confirming what everybody could see. Israel was committing genocide against the Palestinian men and women who live on the occupied Gaza Strip. The refusal to comply with the requirements of the ICJ, the refusal to let humanitarian aid through, shows the attitude of the government of Israel. It is unconscionable, it is intolerable, and it's high time for our Assembly to call this out vehemently. I commend the rapporteur for her report. The ceasefire has been agreed, but the ceasefire has been almost immediately breached. There's actually more violence now in the West Bank. A house was targeted apparently at the beginning of this week. There was a raid, unjustified, on the city of Jenin. A child aged only 2 years old was killed, Lila. Since the beginning of last week, Israel has also started operations against the Jenin camp. This was just 2 days after the so-called truce in the Gaza Strip. We cannot accept this. Israel is supported by Western entities, in particular the United States of America, but also many of our member states. It is not conscionable to have such double standards applied. We need to see the release of hostages, but also the release of so many Palestinians who are tortured and held unlawfully in Israel. Those who are responsible for terrorist attacks and crimes of war, 7th of October, which led to the casualties, thousands of casualties on the Israeli side. Yes, of course, they need to be caught to justice, but Benjamin Netanyahu is also wanted by the court, the International Court. We're talking about more than 46,000 casualties over a period of 15 months. This must end. Expansionism, settlements must end. Palestine shall live.
Thank you, Manuel. Sadak Geren-Beluk is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Au cours de l'année écoulée, Gaza a été le théâtre d'une atrocité que nous avons rencontrée seulement dans les livres d'histoire et qui nous fait honte en tant qu'êtres humains. Alors que nous organisons des dizaines de réunions et que nous discutons de différentes questions liées,
we've had numerous different. More than 46,000 people in Gaza have been massacred and more than 30 hospitals and schools destroyed. 96% of the population has had to face with very high levels of food insecurity, and this means that they're suffering from huge, extreme hunger. The Israeli security forces have used more than 85,000 tons of explosives in the Gaza Strip. In other words, the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs. Babies have died of cold and hunger. Families have been burned alive in tents. International aid organizations have not been able to operate. Unfortunately, our Parliamentary Assembly was not willing to adopt strong decisions which would encourage Israel to put a stop to its attacks on the civilian population in Gaza. Colleagues, the agreement that was signed very late in the day for a ceasefire in Gaza is a very important step for justice and humanity. Although this ceasefire does provide some grounds for hope, the scale of atrocities committed in Gaza unfortunately has not yet been determined. It's not been able to be determined because neither the life of journalists has been guaranteed to be able to provide accurate information, nor the humanitarian organizations such as UNRWA have been able to operate in the region. I fear that with the end of the bloody regime in Syria, images such as the Sednaya prison, which we have in our conscience, will also appear in Palestine. As a result of this, we need to ensure that the current ceasefire is respected by Israel, which continued its bombing until the very last minute. As the international community, we need to start to work with a view to providing humanitarian aid as soon as possible. Member states must immediately take on this moral responsibility. As a parliamentarian from a country which has provided the largest amount of humanitarian aid to Gaza, I'd like to underline that Turkey will assume all its responsibilities with this in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to underline one more time that peace will be re-established temporarily wants a free Palestinian state with its borders of 1967 and with East Jerusalem as a capital. Consequently, as parliamentarians, we need to support international efforts to reach a two-state solution, which is the only guarantee of sustainable peace in the region. I'd like, last of all, to thank Ms. Saskia Klute for this report, and I do hope that her work will produce concrete results. Thank you very much indeed for your attention, and long live Palestine and Gaza.
Thank you, Sada. Boa Bismuth is next.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished members. I must say that I'm a little bit surprised. I think that you make a little mistake by everybody thanking the rapporteur. I think the person you should thank between you and me is Mr. Alfred Herr, member of the Swiss National Council, because I do believe that is, how would I say, thanks to him, your honor and the values of your council are being saved today. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Herr, for saying the reality, the truth, and being one of the only ones who make this sound or those facts being heard. You know, about a year ago, it was exactly in the 25th of January, I came here to this assembly, and I had a speech then, and I was very disappointed by your speeches, and I said it. I didn't know that the year after I will be disappointed not only by the speeches, you know, you get used to speeches, but by your report. And I'll show you why, because, you know, you're commemorating now the 80 years, we are commemorating, the world is commemorating the 80 years of the release of the concentration camp of Auschwitz, and we commemorate those horrific years. And I would like to take the rapporteur that 2 months ago, I think, in Amsterdam, Israelis, I mean, who came to watch a football game, were aggressed in a horrific way, but thank God they had a plane, they could go back to their country, which is Israel. And Israel has taken as the obligation to protect its population, to protect the Jews in Israel, and this is exactly what we're doing. But to show you the hypocrisy of all of you here who are clapping and thanking the rapporteur, let's go back to those years, to those horrific years in the 40s. Let's imagine now we are in Dresden. Let's go back to the 13th till 15th of February, where you know where thousands of bombs fell on a city, 1 million population, of course. Oh, and then you needed to destroy evil. Evil was Nazis. It was a consensus of the free world. Now today, the modern Nazis, everybody agrees that when you come to a territory, you rape, you kill, you hijack, you slaughter, you take a 1-year-old baby back with you and you still keep him in tunnels. This is the new Nazis. But when it comes to Israel, you, all of you here, clap hands to report where you demand Israel for unilateral ceasefire. Meaning what? Let's think together, what does it mean, a unilateral ceasefire and immediate? It means Hamas stays in power in Gaza. Now you want to tell me that you think really of the Palestinian people, because if you really love them, if you really like them, if you really care for them, you wouldn't allow them to live under the, how would I say, the regime or reign of a terrorist group. But this is hypocrisy. What you care is, again, smashing, insulting, not respecting Israel, not only the right to defend itself. When you don't respect the right to defend itself, you don't respect its right to exist. And one last word, Mr. Rapporteur. You mentioned UNRWA, the demand of immediately allowing UNRWA to function again. I would send you to Jonathan Samorano's parents that I meet almost every week in the Israeli Knesset. His son was hijacked, kidnapped, and murdered by an agent of UNRWA. And this was not the only one. So I can look at you here in Strasbourg and tell you that I'm so proud to be the member of parliament that passed the bill to kick UNRWA out of Jerusalem. Terrorists have no place in Israel. And last thing, today, something that shocked me this morning. There was an amendment, last thing, there was an amendment saying that the Ministry of Health is run by Hamas. You refuse that amendment. For me, when you refuse such an amendment, you cooperate with Hamas. You're a Hamas supporter, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Pilar-Carard is next.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Colleagues, first of all, I'd like, once again, to thank our colleague Saskia Klute, who spared no effort to produce a report all about the absolute need to put an end to the humanitarian crisis which relates to the men, women, children and hostages in Gaza. Of course, since his report was drafted, a ceasefire has entered into force, and that was on the 19th of January. But it seems to be a very unstable one, despite the initiative taken by people behind it. So the peace is very fragile. Well, what finding is made by this report? We've had a number of figures which different speakers have mentioned. I won't go over them again. One key finding is that the health system is been brought to its knees. It's almost completely destroyed. We should also add infections and diseases which are raging. And there's no access to essential medicine, and not even half the needs are being covered, and surgical operations are carried out in tents. And if 600 lorries, according to some people, were able to enter Gaza every day, I think we would know. During the different hearings held by the Social Health and Civil Development Committee, which were held on the 13th and 30th of September last year, the humanitarian aid organizations working out on the front line in Gaza sounded the alarm bell. They said that 90% of the population was severely affected by this and were focused on very smaller areas, and they're currently being displaced as well. And this is always also something that is equivalent to deterioration of your conditions. The war is having devastating effects on the children of Gaza who are not able to go to school and who are living in very insecure situation. They have been injured, there have been amputations, and they're very troubled and anxious and suffering from insomnia, from emotional crisis. And every time they hear bombing, this triggers a huge stress. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to encourage you to support the different recommendations set out in this report, which are all about complying with international humanitarian law and the importance of providing specific protection to children. But as point 33 of this report states, it's also about preparing the future for a proper healing process to take place, with huge measures to be taken with regard to physical and mental health and reconstruction and education, and also re-establishing order. Last week, I heard on a radio program in Switzerland a professor who was living in Gaza. He was answering one question that was put to him by the journalist, which was about what's going to change after this ceasefire for you and your family. Well, the reply was simply she was delighted to be able to wear some pajamas to go to sleep. Her children are no longer wearing pajamas in bed. They can no longer go to school. They can no longer play with their friends. They can no longer be cared for. They can no longer eat properly. And all they're asking today is to come back to their ordinary lives in full security and safety. It's our responsibility. We need to take a commitment to this within our states to promote sustainable peace and implement the Oslo agreements for a two-state solution. Thank you.
Sandan is next.
President, these days we are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And during these commemorations held in Poland, we have seen the survivors of the Holocaust speaking. Those who were able to travel at that age there to tell the world what should be learned from the Holocaust and from those bad experiences. One of them said, "Memory hurts, memory helps, memory guides. Without memory, we have no history, no experience, no point of reference." Another one said, "Be sensitive to all manifestations of intolerance." Are we going to listen to those people, or we will go as we are doing? Another one said, 90 years old, "We all have an obligation not only to remember, but also to warn and to teach that hatred begets more hatred, and killing more killings. Another Holocaust survivor warned the world, saying, "I appeal to all people of goodwill, and in particular to young people. Be sensitive to all manifestations of intolerance and dislike of those who differ in terms of skin color, religion, and sexual orientation." Well, these people had the worst time of their lives when they were kids. And they are telling us something now. Will Israel listen to those people? Will those terrorists of Hamas listen to those people? Will the world listen to those people so history doesn't repeat itself? Or everybody will continue to go their own way, and we will continue not to learn from the history. One of the Holocaust survivors said that she missed her mother when she was a child and talk about the conditions. Well, very similar to what a Gazan baby going through. So actually history tells us what to do, what not to do. So I'm really happy and relieved that finally, after so many months, at least some faces smiled, both in the Palestinian side and in the Israeli side, after the deal was reached. And hopefully, we have to keep watching and support.
Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present today but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call now Saskia Kluit, Rapporteur, to reply. Dear Saskia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President. A lot has been said, and I really want to applaud my colleagues to speak words that de-escalate the situation and that give a broad understanding to both parties in this conflict. Some remarks were made about my person. It is my firm belief that you can never be associated with a terrorist group or responsible for a genocide if you are fighting for the humanitarian laws that were made especially to prevent the organization. And this report is about sustaining, protecting, and holding firm on the humanitarian laws that we made with each other after the Holocaust, after the bombing of Dresden, after Hiroshima, and after all the situations that were made. So these laws should be wholly in our room and prevail over everything. Of course, we need to work on long-term solutions, dear President, and I hope we will find many more initiatives in our room, in this plenary session, to work on long-term solutions and bringing parts together. Our work is not done. Gaza is in rubble. The people in Gaza are in rubble. They need to start all over. They need to go to school. They need to have some repair of their physical impairments. They need to have jobs. They need to have food. They need to have houses. And the hostages need to recover from the terrible ordeal that they have been through. So, our work is not done, and we should continue talking about that. Looking forward to debating on the report. If I look to Mr. Singers about the amendments, I hope you say your name. Actually, it was one of your amendment was adopted, and one was already, before we talked about your amendment, prevailed by a SOC committee amendment. So they were not all rejected on substance. And to be honest, I was very happy to see you and Mr. Sabella together, trying to get Mr. Sabella to the phone and microphone. So let's keep that spirit up in the rest of our meeting. President, I think I will finish here. Let's go to the amendments and the reports.
Thank you, Saskia. I will now call Mr. Armand Gevorkian. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, we have heard many interventions. The long list of speakers today underlines the importance of this report. In connection with the preparation of this report, our committee held several hearings. The approach of the committee members was always to put aside their political differences and focus on the scope of the report, namely the humanitarian situation, in line with the fundamental values of the Council of Europe. The draft resolution and its addendum were adopted unanimously. The Assembly should welcome the recent conclusion of a three-phase ceasefire agreement. This agreement remains fragile. The Assembly should call on all parties to honor it so that it can lead to a lasting peace and the reconstruction of the zone. The Assembly should also call on all parties to the hostilities to respect international humanitarian law. And in this regard, it's quite important that all the international agencies can operate unlimited and without restrictions on the ground. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank Saskia for her commitment to a very, very sensitive but very important issue. And I would also like to thank the members of the committee secretariat for their hard and dedicated work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented the draft resolution to which 34 amendments and 1 sub-amendment have been tabled. Any amendment which has been unanimously approved by the committee seized for report shall not be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitely approved unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 22, quiet please, it is a very delicate procedure now, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 3, 31, 27, 4, 28, 34, 29, 30 and 19 to the draft resolution which were unanimously approved be declared as approved. Is that so, Mrs. Klut? Yes. If no objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Is there an objection? So, there's no objection, and then we go to amendments 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 3, 31, 27, 4, 28, 34, 29, 30, and 19 to the draft resolution are therefore approved and will not be called. Any amendment which has been rejected by the committee seized for report by a 2/3 majority of the votes cast shall not be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitely rejected unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 2, 14, 20, 32, 21, 15, 16, 6, 7, 17, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 18, and 10 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Amendment 32 was also rejected by the committee by a 2/3 majority. However, a sub-amendment has been tabled to it, which has subsequently accepted by the committee. Therefore, Amendment 32 will be called separately. I repeat, Amendment 32 must be called separately, as we must deal with the sub-amendment. Is that so? This is good? Okay. If no objects, I will consider the amendment to be rejected. Is there any objection? Yes. So there are more than 10, so the request of the committee is rejected, so each amendment will be taken individually in the order in which they appear in the compendium. Amendment number 1. I call Mr. Emanuele Zingeris to support amendment number 1. You have 30 seconds and please be strict in the time.
Yes, that was the case when simply during those days it was done a historical agreement, and from my side simply I just would like to welcome the current ceasefire agreement and scheduled hostage release plan agreed between Israel and Palestine, and hope that this lasting peace in the Middle East can be built from this process. Very simple amendment. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to support? No. To speak against, sorry. Who will speak against the amendment? The chair?
Okay. We go to the vote.
Committee was rejected.
The committee rejected this amendment by a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. Amendment number 22. I call Mrs. Saskia Kluit on behalf of the committee to support. Sorry.
This is accepted.
This 22, 23 is accepted. Amendment number 2. I call Mr. Eric Niels Gross to support amendment number 2. 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. As all our amendments, this attempts to bring some balance to the text. So I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yes. Yes, Saskia.
We have discussed this in the committee quite extensively. So this amendment, we do not know a separation in the numbers because there's no independent international press, and we try to be fact-based, and that's why we use the numbers that are in the report that are just factual.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment by a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. Amendment number 14. I call Mr. Emanuele Zingeris to support amendment 14. 30 seconds.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for telling me how to put the button. So my amendment is extremely simple: to have the list from the humanitarian organizations and to prevent the terrorist teams to be integrated to them. That was about that. Well, we have United Nations official statement that it was the case when the Hamas guys were involved in UNRWA activities. So simply to have the list of that, to prove the list of the workers. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yes, Saskia.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to plea against this amendment. UNRWA is a very large organization with a lot of people, and the signals about UNRWA have been examined by independently by the United Nations, and they have been dealt with accordingly. And I think the more principal point is that we need to stand for UN bodies that are working in extremely difficult conditions, that we take their side if they are being attacked, because otherwise all other UN bodies will be sensitive to this.
Thank you, Saskia. The committee rejected this amendment by a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. Amendment 14. Now we go amendment number 20. I call Mr. Eric Niels Cross to support the amendment in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. We keep referring to the Gaza Ministry of Health without mentioning that it's run by Hamas. It's extremely important qualification that I urge you to add to this report. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yes, Saskia.
It speaks for itself. Hamas was the governing party in Gaza. We also not mention the Israeli government as Netanyahu government, so I speak against it.
You put them on the order and you put the vote.
The committee rejected this amendment by a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Colleagues, this is why you are using the electronic system. There's no need to have your voice and shouting what one should vote or not. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. Amendment number 32. I call Mr. Piero Fassino to support Amendment 32. You have 30 seconds.
Per sottolineare semplicemente richiamare.
I simply wanted to underline the fact that aside from the suffering of the Palestinian people, and we have numerous testimonies of that, part of the Israeli population which is living in the area adjacent to the Gaza border and the Lebanese border have suffered continuous attacks, missile attacks, attacks against civilian population. Now, the Commission voted in favor on this particular point, as did the rapporteur as well.
Saskia Kluit on behalf of the committee to support the sub-amendment. 30 seconds.
We are now talking about 32 as sub-amended, right? I want to present. Okay, I want to present a sub-amendment because I understand the point of Mr. Piero Fassino, and I just want to delete the last sentence because it would be unbalanced, and we try to be factual and not well.
Anyone against the sub-amendment? No. Dear colleague, are you standing because you want to speak against? Are you standing because you have asked for the floor? Oh, thank you. My mistake. The committee is obviously in favor of the sub-amendment. I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. It is sub-amendment to Amendment 32. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. So the sub-amendment is accepted. Now we come to the main amendment 32 as sub-amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? The committee unanimously accepted this amendment and supports the sub-amendment. I shall now put the amendment as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment as sub-amended is accepted.
Now we go to
Amendment number 33. I call Mr. Piero Fassino to support Amendment 33. 30 seconds.
Sì, President.
Yes, President. Simply to underline that 120,000 Israelis.
Yes, this is something that we should include in the text of the resolution, because on a number of occasions it's been underlined all the issues that have had a detrimental effect on the life of Palestinians, but we should also mention this problem that 120,000 Israelis have been forced to leave their homes at the borders. And in the meeting of the committee voted in favour of this.
Against the amendment? What is the opinion of the committee on this amendment?
It was approved by majority.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 33 is accepted. Now, Amendment 21. I call Mr. Eric Nils-Cross to support Amendment 21 in 30 seconds.
We call for the parties of the conflict to be responsible and follow all the rules, and then we state, particularly the state of Israel. We request to delete that particularly state of Israel, because both parties in a conflict are equally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yes, Saskia.
Thank you, President. I want to argue against it. It's true there are more parties to the conflict, and they all play their role, and they all have responsibilities. But the hearings were very clear. Israel was the biggest problem in the humanitarian crisis, and also in solving it. So that's why we stated it as it is, and it should be in.
This amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment 21 is rejected. Amendment number 15. I call Mr. Emanuele Zingeris to support Amendment 15 in 30 seconds.
Thank you, dear President. It's about that terrorist organization Hamas was involved in looting of supplies and tried to monopolize and control the supplies from their military wing, and that even not from their civil wing. So in this case, that is a fact and should be admitted if the report is not biased and based on a balanced approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Saskia?
I'm against this amendment for two reasons. It was not in line with the testimonies we heard at the hearings, and the numbers that are mentioned are giving an image that it was enough to feed 2.2 million people, and it was not. So that's why I try to be factual in the report, and want it not in. So against.
Thank you, Saskia. This amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment 15 is rejected. Amendment 16, Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris. Emanuelis, 30 seconds.
Thank you, dear President. About attacks on Israel from multiple fronts, that is the fact, and we should add that to have the general background. Thank you. The European countries will be acting the same, defending their freedom and statehood. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against? Saskia.
I plead against this amendment for two reasons. It says that Israel has been abiding international law. We have two court orders from the ICJ and the ICC questioning that. And the second is the last sentence, which says that European countries would have acted the same way against threats of security of their citizens and sovereignty. And I really hope that that will not be the case. I hope that when we are in a war, we abide by humanitarian law.
Thank you, Saskia. This amendment, colleagues, was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 16 is rejected. Amendment number 5. I call Mr. Eric Nisklos to support Amendment 5.
Thank you very much. Paragraph 8 describes ongoing legal procedures, and it describes the ICC arrest warrants. Several ICC countries have put those warrants under doubt, including France, for example. So at least we should say that Israel has appealed those decisions. That would be only fair and descriptive. Thank you.
Mr. Zbabe will speak against.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm strictly against this amendment because this is an organization of international law. So we defend our court, our European Court of Human Rights, and for sure, if we like it or not, we have to defend the International Court of Justice as well, so I'm against this amendment.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
The committee was in favor of that amendment.
Amendment number 5. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 5 is rejected. Amendment number 6, Mr. Eric Niels Cross to support the amendment number 6.
Yes, it's about paragraph 9, and again to make it more balanced and add also the Israeli side to the narrative. Please support this amendment.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Saskia?
I'm against this amendment because it's important to stress that the response is important and that we are still seeing an ongoing humanitarian crisis, and therefore I'm against.
Thank you, Saskia. This amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 6 is rejected. Amendment number 7. I call again Mr. Kroes to support amendment number 7. Eric.
Thank you very much. There are documented cases where Hamas is harassing humanitarian workers. My wife worked in one of the refugee camps in Egypt where it was documented, so I have personal accounts of this. So we should stress that the safety of humanitarian assistant workers is important, and they should be also protected from terrorist attacks and Hamas activities. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Saskia?
2/3 of the committee was against because we adopted another amendment 34 which dealt with this amendment of what was stated in this amendment and is more in line with international humanitarian law.
Thank you. The amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 7 is rejected. Amendment number 17. Mr. Zingeris, Manuelis, will you support it?
Thank you. Looking to all international reports about UNRWA involvement, just in the part of UNRWA involvement, in of their workers in the network of Hamas. This is suggesting that we should find the parallel organization, probably under United Nations roof, under auspices, to supply massively, massively to supply Gazans with humanitarian aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwab wants to speak against.
Dear colleagues, dear Emanuelis, we know about the problems of UNRWA, but they address it, they work with it, and we are up to open an office in New York now as a Council of Europe. How in this moment we cannot respect the UN organizations? So we should really do everything to protect UN organizations, even if we don't like them always. So I'm against the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 17 is rejected. Amendment number 8. Mr. Kroes. Eric, you have the floor to support.
Thank you. It goes in line with the previous amendment that you rejected, unfortunately, and it's about the safety of humanitarian aid workers. And we should mention that they are constantly under threat from Hamas, who also fires rockets upon them. Thank you. Support it, please.
Who will speak against? Saskia?
The aid workers are working in extremely difficult conditions because they are not only under attack from Hamas, they are also under attack from Israel, and they're also under attack from warlords. So that's why we stated that all conflicting parties should work on this, and so this would be unbalanced and incomplete.
Thank you. This amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 8 is rejected. Amendment 9. Mr. Cross. Eric, you have the floor to support Amendment 9.
Yes, thank you. The idea of this amendment is that the current wording reads as if there is no facilitation of evacuation of neonatal facilities and protection. That it's going on. So what we want to say is that this needs to be continued. Please support it.
Who will speak against? Saskia?
I want to speak against because this has been addressed by Amendment 34, and that is concise, and therefore this is not necessary.
Thank you. The amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 9 is rejected. Amendment 11. Mr. Cross will support Amendment 11.
Attempt to say the same. Thank you.
Saskia?
I'm against this amendment because the words immediate and unconditional are taken out. This is about very serious injured people. They need to be taken out immediately, so it should not be adopted. So
the amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I put it now to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 11 is rejected. Amendment 12, Mr. Cross.
While we support media freedom and access of journalists, obviously, to any conflict zone, we like to add it's important for balance that several Palestinian journalists personally took part of October 7th attacks. Thank you very much.
Saskia?
I strongly plead against this amendment because we have no independent verification, because there is no independent press available in Gaza. And this also suggests it's okay to attack press officers when they are working in these conditions, and it never is. We should be clear and unconditional about this. So against this amendment.
The amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 12 is rejected. Amendment 13. Mr. Cross, will you support 13?
Thank you very much. While we agree with all the obligations that the Israeli side is in honoring international law, it is important to stress that the other party of the conflict, namely Hamas, is not following any of the same standards. Thank you.
Saskia?
It's very clear. I'm against this amendment, and it's very clear that Hamas is following different rules, and also other organizations follow different rules. They are non-state actors, sometimes terrorist groups, and Israel is a state, and they have different responsibility under international law.
The amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 13 is rejected. Amendment 18, Mr. Zingeris. Will you support Amendment 18?
It was just, people just said what was yesterday said in Auschwitz. No hatred anymore. No hatred anymore after the Holocaust, like ideology of the parties, including spreading by terrorist group. That's inscripted without incitement for hatred. Only 2 words. Inscripted after the word education, without incitement for hatred. Very key issue. Thank you.
Who's against? Who wishes to speak against? Okay, let's go to vote. The committee has rejected the amendment with a 2/3 majority. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 18 is rejected. Amendment 10. Mr. Cross, will you support Amendment 10? Eric?
Thank you. We propose to change the title of the resolution to a little more less alarmist. So instead of absolute and urgent, we suggest we call the report and resolution addressing the humanitarian situation in Gaza and Israel with a focus on the protection of innocent civilians, women, children and hostages. Thank you.
Saskia?
I'm very against this amendment because the humanitarian crisis is a crisis. It's still continuing and it will continue for at least a couple of months and even years, so it should be on our table and therefore against.
The amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 10 is rejected. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution as amended, contained in document 16093. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution as amended in document 16093 is adopted.
Dear colleagues, we will continue. There is still one item on our agenda. Very good evening for everyone who stays. It will be the debate on the report by Mr. Andrea Orlando, titled Addressing Risk to Human Rights and the Rule of Law Posed by Mercenaries and Private Military and Security Companies. A call for comprehensive regulation, document 16092. It will be today presented by Lord Keane on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Can I please ask the members who will not stay, take the discussions and debates outside of the room so we can proceed for the last topic. Dear colleagues, thank you. So, in order to finish by 8:15, we have 15 minutes extra time. I will need to interrupt the list of speakers if need be, some 5 minutes past 8, if need be. No? Okay, rapporteur needs to go also. So then we try to stick to the original timetable to finish by 8, and then I hope everybody will respect the timelines or even be shorter so we can have some speakers. So now I call Lord Keane. You have maximum 7 minutes now, and in the end I will give you a couple of minutes before the vote to reply to the debate. So thank you, and floor is yours, Lord Keane.
Apologies. Thank you, President. Thank you, colleagues. Could I begin by expressing my thanks to the rapporteur, Mr. Orlando, who unfortunately has left the Assembly and could not present this report for debate in the plenary. I'm therefore presenting this report on his behalf in my capacity as chair of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. The context for our deliberations is both historical and indeed contemporary. As we know, the use of mercenaries has ancient roots dating back to the Peloponnesian Wars and the medieval Crusades. We're also aware that the 21st century has seen a marked increase in the involvement of non-state actors in military operations. The rise of private military and security companies, of mercenaries, and of foreign fighters, particularly in the wake of what was termed the global war on terrorism, underscores this trend. While traditional forms of mercenarism may have waned due to the changing nature of armed conflict, the scale of the use of private military and security companies is now on the rise. The underlying assumption of our report is that there exists a gap in international regulations governing the use and functioning of private military and security companies, negatively impacting respect for human rights and the rule of law. Numerous examples of human rights violations mentioned in Mr. Orlando's report demonstrate that existing non-binding instruments, such as the Montreux document, have proven insufficient to provide justice for the victims of abuses. Unregulated operation of private military and security companies results in the erosion of state authority, prevents democratic oversight, and increases impunity for human rights violators. Colleagues, following the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation in 2022, Russian-controlled entities such as the Wagner Group committed severe atrocities, including torture and murder of prisoners and civilians, as well as targeting civilian infrastructure. For all of this, accountability remains elusive. The Wagner Group, actually recently renamed the Africa Corps, operates as a proxy institution of the Russian state, allowing Moscow to extend its influence while maintaining plausible deniability, notably in Africa, and indeed to a lesser extent in South America. Because of its acknowledged links and financial and operational support extended to the Wagner Group by the Russian Federation, the draft resolution proposes that the Wagner Group and similar Russian entities be distinguished from private military and security companies which are registered and operate within the legal framework of their home states. But at the same time, it is imperative that we firmly reject the false Russian narrative that members of the International Legion for the Defense of Ukraine are mercenaries. They're not. They are members of the Ukrainian armed forces and as such benefit from complete legal and humanitarian protection afforded to combatants. Colleagues, turning back to private military and security companies, it must also be acknowledged that they sometimes provide essential services in conflict zones, offering expertise and resources which help humanitarian and international organizations carry out their tasks. Their involvement can be instrumental in filling security gaps, particularly in states with weak institutions. Yet, without stringent oversight, their operations can equally undermine state authority and erode the rule of law. The proposal before you acknowledges the urgent need for comprehensive international and domestic regulatory frameworks to ensure that the activities of private military and security companies align with democratic principles and respect for human rights. We call on states to introduce relevant mechanisms when licensing, contracting, operating, and deploying private military and security companies. These include vetting and training personnel, particularly before outsourcing services involving the use of coercive measures, conducting human rights impact assessments, establishing effective legal frameworks for prompt, transparent, and impartial investigations into any allegations of human rights violations, and increasing transparency in public procurement and operations of these private military and security companies. Collaborative efforts at both international and regional level are critical to developing a legally binding instrument that can guide states in the management of this industry. Although the United Nations set up a working group to elaborate the content of an international regulatory framework on the regulation, monitoring, and oversight of the activities of private military and security companies, the outcome of its deliberations is still a distant prospect. For this reason, by way of an amendment to Mr. Orlando's preliminary draft, the committee proposed to invite the Committee of Ministers to examine the feasibility of drawing up a Council of Europe convention governing the use of private military and security companies. This initiative would complement ongoing efforts within the United Nations by providing a robust regional framework promoting a human rights-orientated approach. The committee further proposed that the Committee of Ministers intensify political dialogue with the United Nations by ensuring that the Council of Europe actively participates in the work of the UN Working Group. Colleagues, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your debate.
Thank you. I call now the speakers on behalf of the political groups. The first speaker on behalf of the ALDE, Member Honkonen.
Honourable Madam Chair, these private military and security companies pose major challenges in terms of human rights, transparency and accountability. Their activities, which are often poorly supervised, compromise the legitimate monopoly of states on the use of force and expose populations to unacceptable abuses. The resolution before us therefore responds to an urgent need. It aims to fill the legal vacuum in which these companies operate and sets out clear rules to govern their activities. This is an important step towards protecting human rights and strengthening the rule of law. The resolution proposes concrete measures which have the support of the ALDE group. The introduction of strict authorization and control mechanisms to ensure transparent supervision of the activities of these companies. Rigorous investigations into human rights violations, and guaranteeing victims effective access to justice and adequate reparation. It is imperative that governments assume their responsibilities. They must guarantee that the companies they mandate fully respect the obligations of states under international law, both on their territory and in the areas where they operate. And private military and security companies must not become tools enabling states to circumvent their international obligations or to act outside any democratic control. The example of Wagner Group highlights the urgent need to strengthen the legal framework and prevent such abuses in the future. The draft resolution will send out a strong signal. Abuses and excesses in this area must no longer be tolerated, and the foundations must be laid for more ambitious and legally binding international regulation. In 2006, Switzerland and the ICRC launched a diplomatic initiative that led to the adoption of the Montreux document in 2008. This is the first international document to reaffirm states' obligations under international law with regard to the activities of private military and security companies. Although non-binding, these two instruments have already enabled substantial progress to be made in reminding people of their obligations and developing good practices in this area. And I'm therefore very glad that this draft resolutions makes these principles more clear than before. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the United European Left, Member Fernandez.
Merci. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. In 1532, Machiavelli was already urging us to be wary of mercenaries. The author of the work The Prince said that mercenary troops are uncertain, unfaithful and dangerous. Today we would say this no differently. Since the end of the Cold War, the use of private firms has increased. Security is increasingly being privatized. We can all remember, of course, the example of the Russian group Wagner, but let's not forget North American companies such as Blackwater operating in Afghanistan, or also private Chinese companies operating in various African countries. Faced with this exponential increase in the use of mercenaries, we need to guarantee a better legal framework for their activities. Now, here I agree with most of the recommendations set out in the report. We must do this because the use of mercenaries is dangerous. It is dangerous because it is likely to compromise the effectiveness of the state as a provider of security. The state must remain the sole operator in war. Yes, the use of mercenaries is dangerous because it compromises the idea that security, a fundamental right, must be guaranteed by the public authorities in the context of the rule of law and international law. The use of mercenaries means privatizing security. Ultimately, it means restricting security solely to those that can afford it. The principle is clear. Since everything is for sale and everything can be bought, and since the state must divest itself of all its missions, let's make security a commercial service like any other. This is another reason why mercenaries reappeared in the 1990s at the same time as neoliberalism was taking over the world. We don't want that kind of world. And finally, yes, the use of mercenaries is dangerous because it encourages human rights violations. It encourages the indiscriminate and excessive use of force, especially against civilians. We can use the example of the American company Blackwater, which in 2007 in Iraq saw 4 of its agents fire indiscriminately on Iraqi civilians in Nisour Square, wounding 17 civilians and killing 14, including women and children. More recently, in 2022, according to German intelligence services, the Wagner Group took part in the summary executions, mutilations and acts of torture committed against civilians in the Ukrainian town of Bucha, resulting in the deaths of almost 460 people, including children. We therefore call for action to follow the rapporteur's lead, and we congratulate the rapporteur for this report, and to further regulate the conditions under which private military and security firms operate. To this end, we call for concepts to be clarified and refined in order to better legislate and set standards for these companies. We call for security activities to be separated from activities involving participation in hostilities, in order to promote clarity in the application of international standards. And finally, we call for the rapporteur's recommendation to be followed, and we call on all member countries, first and foremost my country, France, to sign and ratify the International Convention against the recruitment, use, financing and training of mercenaries. Thank you very much indeed.
Next speaker on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Greens, Member Bliktra.
Thank you. It should be a big concern that private military and security companies are widely used by states and businesses. Of course, we must recognize that security companies often play an important role in humanitarian missions. But that fact is no argument for not to regulate and work for clarification of the legal consequences of their actions. The erosion of state monopoly in the use of force is an erosion of a state's authority, because it results in loss of democratic oversight and accountability. Private military companies in modern time is a result of the idea called new public management, in this case outsourcing of a state's legal right to use force. Another problematic issue is that most of private military companies' main purpose is to earn money. It's not acceptable that lack of regulation leads to potential mass-scale human rights violations. This Assembly has several times debated this matter, also made recommendations. The report shows that we still have a long way to go, and that former recommendations and existing regulation is not enough. This Assembly's responsibility is to make sure that the rule of law and human rights is a guiding star in all our work and decisions. It's time, in a much stronger way, to underline the need of a legally binding instrument to control and hold private military and security companies accountable.
Thank you. This next speaker I have on behalf of the EPP, Kamelchuk. Is he in the room? Seems not to be. Then the next speaker on behalf of the EC, Member Komenko.
Ms. President, I congratulate you with your with chairing your first debate in this Assembly. Dear colleagues, when I crafted the motion that led to today's resolution, I had Wagner Group in mind. Wagner disrupted the east of Ukraine in 2014 and remained engaged throughout the entire decade of war in Ukraine. But their operations didn't stop there. They expanded across Africa, Latin America, and Asia, essentially spreading their malign influence across the globe. These entities have stolen national treasures, fueled corrupt regimes, and deepened conflict where peace and stability should have taken root. This must serve as a stark reminder. States cannot hide under the cloak of private military companies. The idea of plausible deniability is a dangerous illusion. States that employ, finance, and coordinate malign entities must bear direct responsibility under international law. Accountability must be ensured, and today's resolution is a step forward in dismantling the impunity they have long enjoyed. We must develop rigorous standards for our own private military and security companies certify them properly, and ensure that they operate in full compliance with human rights and democratic oversight. That is why the proposed resolution is so vital. It provides a crucial foundation for regulating, monitoring, and ensuring accountability of private military actors. Pending the outcome of ongoing UN efforts, the Council of Europe must take proactive steps to examine the feasibility of a binding framework to protect human rights and the rule of law. Our goal is clear: the fewer foreign malign tools like Wagner, the more stability in the world. By holding states accountable and ensuring responsible security practices, we can help nations be free from the shackles of terrorist regimes and exploitative mercenaries. Let us ensure a future where security and human rights are not mutually exclusive, but rather mutually reinforcing. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you. And then the speakers list for 3 minutes, I call Member Mikkonen.
Madam President, congratulations to you. Colleagues, there seems to be little doubt that there's a significant regulatory vacuum in the sector of private military and security companies. Despite their potential to cause serious harm to human rights and democracy and to erode the rule of law, private military and security companies are merely subject to soft law or voluntary self-regulation. However, it should be emphasized that private military and security companies can also serve important purposes. They provide essential expertise and resources to humanitarian and international organizations working in various conflict zones. The budgetary constraints faced by many states have led them to reduce the size of their armed forces and increasingly to call on the services of private military and security companies. Unfortunately, their unchecked functioning seems to have encouraged the likes of Putin and Prigozhin to exploit this loophole for purely criminal ends. Following the Russian Federation's large-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, companies such as the Wagner Group have committed numerous war crimes and human rights abuses for which the Russian Federation should be held accountable. The lack of sufficient international regulation of the activities of private military and security companies has a negative impact on human rights and the rule of law. Although private military and security companies often play a key role in the humanitarian sector, their non-regulated activity can, of course, compromise the apparent neutrality of these operations. We need to find ways to regulate these companies and to protect democracy through international law. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Merci. Then next and last speaker will be Member Vardanyan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really a very interesting topic, and today I found myself that we are more and more speaking the terms which people used in Middle Ages, and unfortunately, Rapporteur Mr. Alain is not here, so he will be very familiar with the word condottieri, which was used in the Middle Ages by Italians when Italian cities actually just hire private companies to protect their cities. Today, we are discussing issues which actually combine two different phenomena. The issue of mercenaries, or condottieris, or call them as you wish, and issue of the new phenomenon in international law, the phenomenon of private military and especially private security companies. And I disagree with my colleagues who said that mercenaries is a dangerous phenomenon. My honorable colleagues, mercenaries are not a dangerous phenomenon. Mercenaries are prohibited phenomenon in international law. There are UN conventions under which the mercenaries are prohibited, and we should respect this. And here, unfortunately, in this draft, in this report, we have mixed private security companies, private military companies, which are a new phenomenon and quietly regulated, with the mercenaries and foreign, let's say, terrorist fighters, which are prohibited under international law. We should somehow have a clear-cut approach between something which is prohibited under international law and which is allowed. And here, when we are speaking about private security or military companies, the main issue we should raise, and it is reflected in the draft report, that we should address the issue of direct participation in hostilities of these private military and security companies. Because when we are in hostilities, we should respect international humanitarian law. But which is more important, because we are speaking about privatization of the war and waging the war, it's attribution of their acts to the state actors. Because usually states use so-called private military companies to somehow escape responsibility. From this perspective, I would like just to welcome the recommendation which proposed in this report to have internationally binding instrument on international or private military and private security companies, which would allow first to separate them from the illegal participation in hostilities, and finally solve the issue of attribution of their acts to the states who are actually hiring them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I unfortunately had to interrupt the list of speakers as we have to vote also before 8 o'clock. The speeches of members list who have been here present during the debate but not have been able to speak may present the speech in the table office, hopefully in the typewritten text format and electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers interrupted. So now I give the floor on behalf of the rapporteur, the chair of the committee, Lord Keane, maximum 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. Despite the constraints of time that we've been under here, I would like to thank all colleagues for their clear and considered contribution to this matter. The engagement of private military and security companies, although it can be valuable in specific context, does pose significant risks if left unregulated. The existing regulatory gap should be filled with a robust framework that ensures accountability, transparency, and the protection of human rights, and which defends democracy and the rule of law. A binding international instrument is essential for addressing these challenges effectively and cohesively, and ensuring that private military and security companies do not erode the very democratic values and legal principles that they should be engaged to uphold. So I welcome the support for the draft resolution and draft recommendation expressed by colleagues. It was adopted by the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights through a unanimous vote, and I invite colleagues to vote in favour of this. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is now closed and we proceed further. Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a unanimous draft resolution and a unanimous draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in the document 16092. A simple majority is required. I declare the vote is open. And I announce vote is closed. I can clearly say that the draft resolution is adopted. Thank you. Then we need to proceed to vote on the draft recommendation in document 16092. The two-thirds majority is required. I declare the vote open. And vote is closed. Like I say, unanimously approved. Congratulations for the whole committee and people behind. So as it was the final topic on the agenda, Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow, 10 a.m., with the agenda approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you.